I'm almost here. I'm running a little late. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I lost track of time. I lost track of time. Go and read about... Oh, what do we want to do? Read about Imperial Guard law with me. Yeah, there we go. Control C, Control V, post. Do this, open that, go here, copy this thing. Hi, Erland. How you doing? Yeah, we're still in the starting soon screen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, and then I got tech issues. I'm like, oh no, I'm falling behind. And then it's like, why won't any of my tech work? Because it always, it's when you're in a rush. It's when you're in a rush that nothing works. Like, well, there we go. I'm here. We go here. We close this. At least you're not in America where the time changed. It changed! Oh no! I'll be right back. I am alive! Hi! Wee! Hello. How are you doing? Sorry about that. I needed to do the little cupcake room and, you know, time got away from me. Time definitely has been getting away with me a little bit. Need to calibrate this. There we go, calibrated. Oh, but yeah, time changed. What did time change into? What did the time change into in America? Did it change into its pajamas? Did it change into a rooster? Wait, does that mean the clocks don't work in America anymore? We jumped an hour ahead. Oh no, you skipped an hour. Oh, that's so mean to the poor little lad. Now, we have the same sort of stuff. We have Greenwich Mean Time and British Summer Time. Greenwich Mean Time is a standard time across the globe. Everyone is plus or minus hours based on Greenwich Mean Time. Yep, rest of the world does it at the end of March, while we do it 2 weeks in advance. It makes sense. I don't think every single place in the world skips at the same time. I think there's multiple places that skip at different times. But here we are. I've been making more. I've been trying to be a bit productive today. Being a bit hard. Also, I'm not entirely sure what my schedule is going to be for next week. Because unfortunately, a very, very close family relative has become extremely ill and she doesn't have long left. So yeah. Ba. What are we doing? What am I doing? Oh yeah, schedule. I want to show the schedule. This is what I've got so far. I'm trying to see over it. Like, hello. Yeah, we're building Tau. We're building for Eldar Corsair Battle Force. I've got to wait for my Rangers to arrive because I already built some Corsairs a while ago. If you remember, we built them on stream together. And there's a Corsair Sniper and I realised I don't like him. So I want to get a Ranger so I can take one of the Rangers and just turn it to a Corsair with a power sword and then build the... and then I can swap it out for the Corsair that's in my unit. You know. But yeah, I'll be looking at that. We probably won't get it all built, but I'm doing a morning stream so that we can go into the evening so we can get as much built as we can and just look as much, rather than having multiple streams on it. Same with the Tau. I should have another broadside arriving because my old broadside actually had a few defects of it. So yeah. What else am I doing? You know, maybe I should wait to go through the schedule. Maybe I should wait to go through the schedule to like when people are actually here. I don't know, YouTube's suddenly decided it doesn't like me. I've been struggling to find my streams. Like, my streams aren't even coming up recommended for me at the moment. I'm like, what? I thought I'm going into like, okay. It won't show me them. Like, I want to get chat open on my phone, but it won't show me my stream so I can open chat up on my own phone. I'm hoping that's not what's happening to other people. Whether or not getting it in for recommendations. Sorry, I do know leaves on the fire. If you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Uncle Iroh sings "Leaves on the Vine," yeah, that came up. I was just listening to music, and YouTube decided, and you know what? You need to cry now. You need to just have a little cry, and then put that into my recommendations. I'm like, no, YouTube. Leaves on the vine. Oh, it's so sad. It's the saddest song ever. No. I mean, maybe it's not the saddest song ever, but I mean, it's sad enough. It's like when you're just listening to music and then Angel Beats music comes on and you're like, no, Angel Beats. Yui. But yeah, we're building Tau. We got more Rimworld. We got painting. We got more painting. We got to get back to painting. Yeah. And also, yeah, tomorrow we're going to read the lore about the Maelstrom. Because that's the one thing we didn't do when we were looking at the books. We didn't look at the lore about the Maelstrom. So I'll be reading that. Oh, I don't want to go to the Handcam. You want to go to the Handcam? Yeah, I've been building stuff. I like this dude. Oh no, I just broke him. Oh no. Oh no, multiple bits of break as soon as I picked him up. Okay, there we go. Just get that one there. Get this on there. No. Get plastic. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I like this dude. So I wanted to like give him a different type of weapon, and I found some sword breathing arms. I have like this power sword like this. Well, for pauldrons and the sword breathing, they're too thick, so you can't put a normal shoulder pad on them for like Graphis size. So I put a Terminator shoulder pad on one and a Gravis shoulder pad on the other. I can't remember what his head's from. Kind of reminds me of Advax, but I don't think it is Advax. Hi, Saradwin. Oh yeah, new Gene Stealer skull. Yeah, that's actually from the Gene Stealer cult pack. He's got a little lantern. A little purity seal. He's a nice little fella. Very scary. On there's his little helmet. This guy has one of the heads on the new headset. The new... Oh gosh, why doesn't it want to focus on them ever? See, it just doesn't want to focus. There you go, focus for like a second. There you go. Nope. Focus for like... There we go. Yeah, he's got one of those, so it's a screamy helmet. He's also got a pistol. Again, I think it's on the sword weapon. Or it might not be from sword weapon. But either way, it's a cool pistol. And a cool shoulder pad. And then I found a chainsaw arm. A cool chainsaw arm. I don't know what the chainsaw is actually from, but you can see it's a bit fancier than the regular chainsaw. And his arm's a bit fancier. So yeah. And then this guy's just basically normal. Oh no, he does have just a generic arm rather than extra Black Templar arm. Because I've been running out of Black Templar pistols, so I thought, you know what, I'll just get some generic arms for my Templar, so that I'll have some more spare Black Templar pistols with the chains on and stuff. Oh, then this is the head from the upgrade sprue, which I think is meant to be given to a Marine, not a Neophyte, but it seems smaller than a normal helmet, so I feel like it fits a Neophyte better. And then a Neophyte with his helmet there, and he's got a cool little beard, because this is a head from the Horus Heresy, which is a bit smaller, with a Mark 6 Marines. Head's a little bit tinier than a normal Primaris head. Then this dude has a Power Fist from the, oh, what's it called? Space Marine Captain with Jump Pack. Yeah! And then again, yeah, it's just a random... Oh no, this is just a random shoulder pad I found. Oh, it's got the little Terminator crux, Terminatus thing. This guy has just a random push fit shoulder pad I still had around. Not shoulder pad, arm, which included the shoulder pad. And then look, he's got his like, his magazines falling out. Like, changing ammo. He's got a little beard. And where's his helmet? Where's his helmet? I never gave him a helmet. Oh no. You know we can't have that. We need to put helmets on him. Soldier, you can't go to battle without a helmet. You're not a named Marine. Helmets, helmets. Okay. Let's see if I've got a helmet that... We can just take a generic helmet. Just hoping there's like one already that is... Yeah, I'll just take a generic helmet. Where it's like this one. Where it was actually not meant to be on the head anyway. It's meant to be just put on the side of them. Because it doesn't have the little... There we go. This is, I think, generic helmet. Yep, looks like a generic helmet. Normally they have a little ball for the neck. But that one didn't. Sure we'll clip it off. We'll clip it off. Clippity clips. Very careful. I know not everyone enjoys Space Marines, but I do. I enjoy my Space Marines. I think they're cool. I think they're fun to convert and mess around with. Although I think that's true for most armies. But, you know, Space Marines are a bit more human. Except the, you know, the actual humans, Astra Militarum. If I had too human, they're too generic. Oh gosh, there we go. Yeah. I like how the chainsaw goes lower than his base, so in theory he's actually just like got it embedded in the ground. And another dude, again just with the Mark II helmets, you know, the standard just head swapper do. It is difficult trying to get these guys to look dynamic though, for neophytes. They always look a bit like constipated, I guess. This guy's a bit better. Like, oh yeah, gotta shoot ya. Gotta duel ya. But let's move them out the way for now, because we got other stuffs to do. Where's the magazines? Over here. Oh. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well today. I'm doing okay-ish. Okay, so first one's first. Magazine 71. Oh yeah. It's got a Caucadian command squad in it. It's got this in it. Melter gun. Cadian command squad's pretty good. I don't know if or when we're going to actually build all of these things. Oh, I got multiple head options. That's nice. Big old banner. I'm not a big fan of the big old banners. Then you got the heads where they need to have the faces put onto them. Where are the faces that you put into them? Oh no, it's not you put faces in, you put the masks. You got these little gas mask pieces that go into there. So there's only 2 of them. Oh, I like the little power fist. It's smaller than I expected. I like how instead of pointing normally it's doing that one. It's like, that way. Go. Plasma pistol, bolt pistol. Very tiny bolt pistol. Last gun, that's meant to go in a backpack. Plasma gun. Flamethrower, another melter gun, another grenade launcher. Normal gun, chainsaw. Last pistol. Nice. I feel like a last pistol should get like 3 shots. A bolt gun should have like devastating wounds or something, like, you know, sergeants and commissars. And get like 2 shots. Actually, a last pistol should be like, I don't know, 3 shots of sustained hits or something like that. You know, just to make it so, to give reasons to take plasma pistol, to take like a last pistol over a plasma pistol or a bolt pistol, and reasons to take a bolt pistol over a plasma pistol. Like if a bolt pistol got 2 shots and had devastating wounds, you'd look at it and be like, huh, that could actually be worth taking over a plasma pistol. And then if your last pistol had like 3 shots with, I don't know, maybe more like 4 shots. Yeah, if it had 4 shots, you'd definitely be like, that's 4 extra shots versus 2 of a bolt pistol. That's pretty worthwhile. It's much weaker, but it has much greater damage potential. Oh yeah, what size base are these? I think they're on 28.5, which is larger than most of the bases. Yeah, 28.5. Which is larger than most of the bases of the Krieg command squad. But yeah, you got grenade launch, 2 grenade launchers, 2 plasma guns, 2 melter guns, 2 flamethrowers. Yep. Ooh. 2 bolt pistols, 2 last pistols. Quite a few last guns that can go on for backs and stuff. I think one of these is also a medical dude. I don't know what that is. I think that's for Fox. That's Fox. 1 banner. Is that 2 power swords actually? Yeah, 2 power swords, 2 power fists. That's a normal power fist. Oh, there's really a lot of pieces in here, isn't there? 2 plasma pistols. Binoculars. Last gun. That's not being aimed. 2 chainswords. Oh, wait. 3rd last pistol. Posted bolt pistol. Ooh. It's a pretty good kit. Grenades. How many head options are there? Oh, there's one of the heads is like, you got, the thing where you hold a cover over your nose and mouth. How many people in this squad? It's got 5 members of the squad. 5 people can be in the squad. As far as I'm aware, it has captain or equivalent. You put person in charge, your commander, 2 veteran guardsmen, and then a regular guardsman. And then a banner? Or is it 4 veteran guardsmen? It might be 4 veteran guardsmen. You know what? I can just check. I think the 2 veteran guardsmen can take special weapons. And they can take like other items, but just let me check. Okay, Templar serves, entrenched. Krieg command squad, Krieg command squad. Oh, that's Krieg command squads. Let's look. Cadian command squad. They have, oh yeah, 4 veteran guardsmen and a regimental standard apparently. Yeah, it looks like they have to take a regimental standard. Unless I'm wrong. So yeah, what Cadian commander, which can take chainsword, power fist, power weapon, or plasma pistol. There's a veteran guardsman with a chainsword who can instead take a flamer or grenade launcher, a melter gun, a plasma gun, a power fist, a power weapon, bolt pistol, last pistol, and plasma pistol. Those are its choices of weapons. Then you have 1 that has to have a regimental standard, 1 that has to have a fox, and 1 that has to have a med pack. Oh, no, wait. For regimental standard can swap their standard for a plasma gun, melter gun, grenade launcher, or flamer. Okay, so you don't have to take the standard. You do have to take a med pack. You do have to take a foxcaster. Your standard can instead be replaced with a special weapon, and your guy who can have special weapons can instead take melee weapons. Okay, that's cool. So you get 5 guys. 5 guys with fries. That's cool. I also like this little thing. It's like a tiny bit of terrain. Where's a med pack? I want to know. That's definitely for Foxcaster. Very unusual Foxcaster. Yeah, it's just a Master Fox. But where is the med pack? It doesn't look obvious. Ooh, a little sandbag. Spinning sand everywhere. How many heads are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. on this bit of the sprue. Oh, 8 to 9. Seems for every more masculine looking face, they've got one more feminine looking face. Or maybe not every single one of them. It's hard to tell with a lot of them. But I guess that works. Like those two are just gas mask faces. So you got 9 here, plus another 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you got 15 head options. That's the Master Fox head options. Oh, person has a cigar in the mouth. Person has covering over the face, but not a proper mask. Okay, so this is pretty cool. You got lots of spare bits in this, so you can customize your other guardsmen pretty well. But one thing I would like with these things, though, I don't know actually. No, they're fine. They're good. I just wish that there were more reason to take like the other weapons. I was looking at tactical squads and the weapons you can get for your sergeant. And it actually seemed relatively fair when I was looking at that. Because your chainsword gets 4 attacks. And it's strength 4, AP -1, damage 1. Your power weapon gets 3 attacks, strength 5, AP -2, damage 1. And your power fist only gets 2 attacks at strength 8, AP -2, damage 2. So in the end, there's actually a good reason to take the chainsword, because it's like the chainsword gets twice as many attacks as the power fist. Meanwhile, the power weapon, because you're getting so few attacks with your normal weapon with your power fist, there's actually a reason to take the chainsword. When you get to Primaris though, you're looking at 4 attacks on your chainsword, still only 4. Oh no, 5 attacks. Yeah, still only 4 attacks on your chainsword, 4 attacks on your power weapon, and 3 with your power fist. And as a result, there's no reason to take a chainsword over a power weapon. And there's very little reason to take a power weapon over the power fist. This looks a lot like models and not a lot like lore. I'm sorry, we'll get to the lore in a minute. They come with models. We're looking at the models. There we go. But yeah. With guardsmen, I think there is a bit of a reason to take it, because as with a sergeant for a normal squad, a power fist I think only gets 1 attack. A close combat weapon or power weapon only gets like 2 attacks, and a chainsword gets like 3 attacks. So again, when it's like you're getting so few attacks for more powerful weapons, the weaker weapons start becoming more viable. Who are these goofy grey goobers anyway? They were Cading Command Squad. We're looking at them. They're a really good kid actually. It reminds me a bit of the Company Heroes. Do you know, for the Space Marines? Lots and lots of spare bits on it. Lots of customizability. You get a total of 2 plasma guns, 2 metal guns, 2 flamethrowers. Lots of power fists, lots of chainswords. Very, very nice. Let's turn that light off. So I might need to change the settings on the camera a little bit. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. So it teaches you how to build them, teaches you how to paint them. Ooh. I like this. If we look here, you can see where, do you know, for getting the flesh colour all over the edges of the helmet. And, you know, it kind of looks really messy there. I like that because what they're basically telling you is you can make mistakes in first parts of the process, just go back over it. I mean, it's not as easy to go back over as they make it go. As they make it seem, but still. Nightcrestaris flesh. Yeah, I'm glad that they tell you to use them. Wait, did they show you what flesh colour they wanted? Attribute to armour. Let's look at the colours. Wraithbone. Catachan flesh. Oh no. So I want you to base it with Catachan flesh. Want you to base with Wraithbone there. And then they want you to use Rakar flesh on the thing that's not flesh. Agrax Earthshade. Well, here we go. Then they tell you to use the Reichland flesh shades and the skins. Doesn't really work that well for the
Puff word of the day.
Darker skins.
Gun jam. The orbital bread laser has jammed. I told Coco not to eat PB&J in there. Get it? Jam. Gun jammed. PB&J. Jam.
Yeah. Don't get jam in your gun. It's not good. But hi, Fudge Puff. More spare bits than an upgrade sprue. It is. The Catachan upgrade sprue is fine. You actually kind of can make an extra model from it. Not Catachan Cadian, sorry. It's fine as it is. Hello. Oh, I'm excited for new Orcs announcement on Monday. But what flavour is it? Blueberry! But yeah. I'm glad that they tell you to go over with Nightcrestaris on the Catachan flesh. Because I don't think the Catachan flesh is a very good skin tone. Equally, Wraithbone is a terrible skin tone. Yeah, I guess the flesh shade's a bit dark. They tell you to go over with Pallid Witch flesh. I do think that's not necessarily the best tones to go with, although I guess Reichland flesh shade will help out a lot there. But yeah, Nightcrestaris flesh is a much better flesh colour for darker skin tones. Because Catachan flesh to me feels a bit similar to how Rakar flesh feels, where it feels like something you'd paint a corpse with, not an actual living person. But I guess it is a bit darker than Nightcrestaris. Nightcrestaris is a bit too light. Well, that being said, that's why I go Nightcrestaris and put the flesh shades over it, because it will do a good job of making it darker. Whereas if you look here, when they put the flesh shade over the Catachan, it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't help you. Hi, Werewolf Game. How are you doing? Good luck with whatever you're doing too. How do I paint teeth? How am I supposed to paint teeth on a model? My advice, if you can get very, very small brushes, like very, very good, very small brushes, like for Winsor & Newton, those are good. I am thinking about doing a few streamy stuff, like going over ways to help you keep your hands steady, because I have very shaky hands. But if you're struggling to get your hands are shaky or whatever, keep your pinky supported. So his head fell off. So you put one hand down and you keep it so it's nice supported on the table. Then your painting brush, you have to go over, so just keep your finger on the table or supported on your other hand. are supported by the model. And it helps keep your hands stabilized. The other thing is don't try using fingers movements to do all the painting. It can help, but sometimes I find using instead wrist movements, or in terms not even just wrist, instead just turning your entire arm, can help with much more stable movements of a brush, using your pinky as a pivot point. You shake when you paint. Yeah, so stabilizing your pinky is good. The other thing is, if you can stabilize your... If it's not good easy with big models, but if you're painting with smaller models, what you want to do is also try to keep your wrist on the desk or whatever. So your pinky is supported, wrist is on the desk, and then you're painting like that. And it keeps your hand a lot more stable, because even if you are shaking, it drastically reduces how shaky your hand is. Like, as soon as I move my pinky, my hand shakes a lot more. As soon as I try lifting it, it just will shake even more. But as soon as it's all supported, your amount of shakes drastically reduce. It's not going to get rid of all of your shakes, especially like when my blood sugar is low and stuff. I get a lot very shaky hands. And when I'm feeling ill, it's very hard, even with all the support. Other thing I suggest is stay hydrated, because it helps stop your eyes itching, and it helps stop your hand shaking as much. If you are struggling to like see the details, just like close your eyes, rub at the corners of them maybe. Just give yourself a break and then go back to it. You don't need a long break, just a few seconds to just close your eyes quite tightly and just allow your eyes to readjust. But the big one for me that I found the most useful is use a magnifying glass. Magnifying glass. You can get a standing magnifying glass, or like one that you keep on your face. Because I knew someone who had, one of those jeweler's magnifying glasses where it's basically attached to a frame that you just wear like normal glasses, and you can just put down for magnifying things back up and down for lenses. It's better if you can have something big to hold and you can put your finger on. Yeah. But that's the thing, is like when you're holding it, you can always just support it on your other hand. Just make sure this hand's always down. The other thing I suggest, if you can get a cushion or not lacking a cushion, like a wrist cushion, the type that you might use for like when you're using a mouse, by raising your hand, especially it's good for bigger models where you will have to raise your hands up. So having just things to rest your hands on, your wrist on, will drastically reduce how much your hands are going to shake. Another thing is, if you can like set it up so you could potentially like place your model in a bowl, and then you can just hold its edges. But it's up to you. Shiver me timbers. Like, I have an old medicine bottle of vitamins that filled with cat litter or sand that helps me with the shakes. You eat cat litter from a vitamins tub. Games Workshop also sells various things, and other painting companies. I know there's a bunch where it basically just holds onto the base of different models, and like it can go to really big base sizes, and you're basically just holding a handle in your hands. So that way you don't have to put your hands on the model, which is very useful. Like every so often, especially like with Space Marines, I always have an issue with these little bits of the backpack. I always end up holding it like that. So then I always end up like painting there. Then I want to paint something else. I'm just taking the paint off the corners of the little squares on top of a backpack, or just these rounded parts here. Or like the edge of the gun. No, it's just weighs the bottle down. Shiver my timber SpongeBob my back. I don't know why YouTube decided to, you know, do that. But yeah. What colour do they suggest for the leather straps originally? I'm thinking the aggressive shade they're using might be quite watered down, because that does not... My aggressive shade always looks darker when I use it. Okay. We're telling you to do the leathers the same colour as the dude's skin. They look a lot... rougher. Maybe it's more watered down. What they're doing there. Or maybe it's because it had that aggressive shade over it. Or Noon Oil, maybe. I don't know. Vile Rider Red. But here we go. Astra Militarum. Good morning, dead man. How you doing? Oh, there we go. What's the law here? The power and might of Astra Militarum is brought to bear on a foe. You know, I don't think this is a very good thing, showing the power and might of the Astra Militarum. I think all this shows is that they need better dental care. If they don't even get dental care in the Imperium. The army of the Emperor.
Anna of the Emperor.
Yeah, army of the Emperor. Emperor. Odium. Also, it looks like this person's trying to take a bite out of a chainsaw. It's like, yummy chainsaw. Yum, yum, yum. I need a toothbrush and some face soap. It's true. At least they got good hairdressers in the Imperium. You know. That's the one thing you can always count. They got good hairstylists. The Emperor always said, if there's one thing that we will fund, it's not a national health service, it's a national hair salon. Oh gosh. Everyone gets free haircuts. It's like, do you know, have you seen Thor Ragnarok where they got Stanley as the barber? I like to imagine that's what the Imperium has. All of the forces available to the Imperial man, it is of all the forces available to the Imperium of Man, it is the regiments of the Astra Militarum who are the most numerous. They are the most likely to be deployed in any war zone and the most likely to be first to respond to any of the many dangers that threaten humanity. The Astra Militarum is a colossal organisation made up of countless women and men under oath to protect the Imperium, no matter the cost. Many worlds make up the forces of the Astra Militarum. For once, you're not getting glare here on the camera, but I'm trying to read it normally and I'm just getting so much glare. Many worlds make up the forces of Astra Militarum. Entire regiments are sometimes raised, containing only specialists from a particular world, equipment with characteristic special weapons and equipment. Oh no, characteristic special weapons and equipment. To maintain coherency in organisation that is so fast and diverse, strict codes are enforced with brutal discipline. The Astra Militarum will even go so far as to kill soldiers who stray too far from expectations, or who flee in the face of danger. Within this system is a strict hierarchy of formal rank, with occupants of each position ever urging the troops below them further forward into the fire and death. Alongside the formidable infantry formations, the Astra Militarum will field endless columns of armoured vehicles, fleets of aircraft, and vast numbers of artillery, each vying to crush any enemy resistance, and with luck, clear the way for endless waves of infantry who will inevitably be sent forward into the heart of a battle, no matter what danger awaits them. Yeah, one of the reasons the Astra Militarum is like equipped kind of so shoddily is because, you know, it's basically just making sure that they're equipped reliably. The Astra Militarum. In Darktide, that's literally...
the Astra Militarum. You wanted diversity and inclusion, here it is. The monkey's poor curls as all are equal in the meat grinder.
Honestly, that's exactly what people want from diversity and inclusion in 40k. It's like, we don't, like, for instance, at least me anyway, I don't want, you know, more things like the Sisters of Battle. I don't want, like, female-only regiments. I want to basically be able to create an army where it doesn't matter what the gender of the models actually are. Like, all of them are basically... It doesn't really matter. I think one of the things about the Astra Militarum as well is the more feminine looking faces could easily still just be men, and the more masculine looking faces could still easily just be women.
My bank account is shuddering because I'm going to buy the Night Destria.
Oh, my bank account's shuddering because last night I saw... You know where I said I've got those McCrag Marines, Battle of McCrag Firstborn Marines. I'm like, I want to paint for my First Company Ultramarines. I saw yesterday a bunch of Firstborn models, unopened. Well, most of them like unopened, brand new in packaging. Victrix Honor Guard, Tyrannic War Veterans, and Librarian, and a Space Marine Commemorative Edition Captain, like all of them like well ages before Firstborn ever were fought off, no, Primaris were ever fought off. And it's like, oh, and it was a really good price too. It was like cheaper than just buying normal Warhammer, and for all the like, it's like, I'm getting them. My bank account. In Darktide, there's literally one of like the 5 shops she gets as a reject. I need to play Darktide. Yeah, it's like any of these faces. Like that one could be a woman, could just be a younger man. You never know. You never know. And that's kind of what I like. I remember reading back before they had the modern models. And it was the old Imperial Guardsman models. And they, this was back before Games Workshop could do faces. Like, you might complain about faces now. No, back then they couldn't do faces. And there've been numerous comments over the years, like dating back to basically the first versions of the Guardsmen, back when they were called Acadians, rather than Cadians, and everyone was part of the Acadia. No, Arcadia, sorry, not Acadians, Arcadia. Self-controls imply you weren't just smashing the butt. And no, I was like, should I not? And I Googled to make sure, it's like, is it actually going to be cheaper to buy these? Is it worthwhile? And it was like, yeah, they're pretty cheap models. Especially brand new in boxes. And it wasn't only just cheap, it's like, if I bought the modern Victrix Honor Guard, it would be more expensive buying for modern Victrix Honor Guard than this thing that I found. By no small margin. So it's like, oh, they were good models. But yeah. Oh yeah, back then though, they couldn't do faces at all. And they said, are they ever going to do female guardsmen? And the answer was, there are female guardsmen. It's just you can't really tell because they're small models. So if you want them to be female, they're female. If you don't want them to be, they don't have to be. But we like to think that there's as many female guardsmen in the Astra Militarum as there are male. Or the Imperial Guard. Because I don't even think it was called Astra Militarum back then. But yeah, I remember reading that, like, in various, like, dwarves and stuff. I was like, yeah! Because back then, the only way that they actually really, you know, showed the difference between a male and female model is, you know, the chest, mostly. And they're like, guardsmen, they're like normal soldiers. When soldiers are, you know, completely just in the armor with the helmets on, you can't really tell who's who very well. Or at least not at a glance. Oh no, my bone fell off. My bone! It was meant to be on one of these guys. You say, like, it's not an easy defining trait for chest. But that's the thing, it's like, if you got big old flak armor on like that, you're not going to tell who's got a chest and who doesn't. And quite frankly, it's like, especially like when people are asking for, you know, diversity or whatever, like inclusion of more female models, they're not necessarily wanting sexualized models that have, you know, for, you know, boob armor. People don't necessarily want boob armor for models. There we go. Look at Catachan models or faces. Yeah, the Catachan model faces is basically how they were back then, even for Vicadians. But Vicadians had big helmets on, which reduced how much face area they had already to work with. And Games Workshop could not do faces back then. Oh my goodness. There we go. But here we go. Endless rows of scribes toil over innumerable records of a munitorium. The Department of Munitorium. The Department of Munitorium is the organisation that provides logistics and bureaucratic support to the Astra Militarum. It is a vast and sprawling organisation guided by a labyrinthian regulations and ancient traditions. Their inefficient systems govern all aspects of military life, from raising of new regiments to deploying of existent ones. At the stroke of a single pen, a scribe may deploy a regiment to their certain doom, or if they make an error, erase them from existence entirely. Want me some new Catachans in 11? Yeah, I really want the new 11th edition to be the starter set to be Catachan versus Orcs, but you know, have the push fit models have multiple head options and weapon options, like the Necron push fit models, and then sell them cheaper because they're push fit. The Adeptus Ministratum guides the people of the Imperium, and don't make a really, really cool character that's connected to a sprue that has like 6 of them. Like, I hate that. I hate that the apothecary biologist is connected to 5 Stern Guard and the lieutenant with combi weapon. I was like, why? Why? I mean, it wouldn't be too bad if it weren't already Stern Guard that are better than the push-fit versions of the Stern Guard. Best you get is a slightly more convex breastplate, like some of the Stormcast. Yeah, I don't want that. I just want, you know, different face options. At the moment, the way that they work with different head options, I'm perfectly fine with. You get lots and lots of head options. And honestly, all they have to do is change how the paint is slightly, and it changes exactly what they're even meant to be anyway. Starter set without space means Games Workshop nearly had a heart attack. Actually, they've done that twice. The Catachans came in a starter set originally, back in, I think, 3rd edition, was it? Was that the okay? No, 4th. Yeah, 3rd. No, 3rd edition wasn't that. Shadow Foam box set says hi. I don't think the Shadow Foam box set was a starter set. I think it was a mid edition set. 6th edition was Deathwing. 7th edition came out and they just resold the Deathwing one. Was it Deathwing versus Arts? No, it's Deathwing versus Chaos. And when 7th edition came around, they released it again, but with a new book. I was kind of sad about that because I didn't like the fact it had Dark Angels in it. 8th edition is where they had the first Primaris came out, and it was versus Nurgle. 9th edition was the Dark Imperium with Primaris versus Necrons. And 10th edition was Leviathan. Tyranids versus Space Marines, Infernus and Terminators. Then you had 4th edition was Battle of Macragge. 5th edition was Black Reach. Battle of Macragge was Nids versus Marines. One of the worst starter sets in many ways, but it was probably 4th edition was probably one of the biggest ones to get new people into it. It's also relatively cheap. 5th edition was Black Reach, which was Orcs versus Ultramarines, and that came with a Dreadnought. 2nd edition was 20 Space Marines off the Blood Angels versus a whole load of Grots, a Killer Can, that was a cardboard cutout. It had MDF terrain and a squad of Orc Boys. Then 1st edition was a Rogue Trader, which I can't really remember what it had in it. I'm not even sure if it had 40k was actually proper sized models back then, or we were just using epic models. I remember Death Guard and Space Marine starter set for 8th. Yeah, I keep wanting to try finding that to see if we can find one at a reasonable price. You can still find the 6th edition all over the place because it was also re-released the 7th. I think 3rd edition was actually Black Templars. And you had a bunch of Black Templars versus... I can't remember what it was actually against. It might have been Orcs. It might have been for Battle for Armageddon. I know that the Catachans first came out in like a big old box set with a bunch of other models in. 3rd edition 40k starter set. Yeah, but for 3rd edition... Oh, no, it was versus Dark Eldar. It was 10 Black Templar with a Land Speeder. A small amount of terrain versus 20 Cab-like Warriors. Yeah. First edition starter set 40k. I'm not sure if they had a 1st edition starter set. I think it started with a 2nd edition of the starter sets. Yeah. Yeah, so every single edition actually has had Space Marines in. I know they've done some other box sets, but I guess that was again a mid-edition box set rather than anything else. You want to see the second edition box set though? It's hilarious, kind of. Second edition box set. Open image in new tab. There we go. And then I click here. And boom, second edition box set. Look, there's a killer can. Cardboard cut out of a killer can. Bunch of MDF terrain. Whole load of grots. Bunch of Space Marines. Third edition was Black Templar. You had a land speeder. These trees they sold for ages. Kind of miss them.
Hilarious, in the way that makes me want to eat a cupcake, specifically myself.
No! What do you mean hilarious? In that way? Look, it's got a big old cardboard cutout of a killer can in it. And this one had... Yeah, this was back when they did do push fit models, I think. I think they also sold metal models in the box sets. Yeah. A lot of the early box sets were kind of meh. They only started making like really good box sets of the starter sets with Blackreach. Assault on Blackreach was such a good set. It had a unique captain in it, 10 tactical marines, 5 terminators, and a dreadnought in it, as well as 3 death copters, an arc war boss, and like 20 arc boys. Really good set. Although then they didn't sell the death copters by themselves until like 9th edition came out or something like that. And remember, Blackreach was 5th edition. Can't wait for 11th edition starter set to be sold as a FOMO box. Yeah, it's probably going to have the FOMO box will probably include the full rules and lore. Because that's what they usually do for these FOMO boxes. They also generally sell a hell of a lot of the FOMO boxes. Like, I managed to get... When I started Warhammer again, it was like quite a bit after 10th edition started, and I could still get a Leviathan box set at steep discount, and I could do for a few months afterwards. So generally they're not the worst FOMO set. They're also not the worst FOMO set because the discount that you get on it is absolutely insane compared to like any other box set that they do. It's a bit like the Horus Heresy box set right now. But generally it's like you get 2 full armies, a full proper thick rulebook, dice and all sorts. They're pretty fun. And then they'll do the actual starter set, and the starter set will have most of what the FOMO box set had in it. You've had 4 ads. What? That's insane. Also, hi that guy over there. And hi Ava Wolf. Also, did I say hi to you, Denison and Miss V? And hello, TA. But yeah. Oh yeah, we got stuff here. Adeptus Ministratum. The Adeptus Ministratum guides the people of the Imperium towards a one. Sorry, I picked up this. I was spinning it. Gods for one true faith. The worship of a God Emperor. The Astra Militarum is one of the organizations that sits under its watchful eyes, and guardsmen and officers alike are blessed by the presence of a Ministratum's priest, who will shepherd them towards the true faith, with the helping of the regiments to root out heresy and blasphemy. By fire and faith, our worlds kept safe from the darkness. Yeah. Look at them. That's a new Oh, this is actually a new Sanctuary kill team. I'm surprised they got the art of this in it. Because a lot of the current... Oh, did you see the new Witch Elves at Age of Sigmar? They wear armor and I love it. Yeah, there's new ones. By the way, anyone want more Echo stuff? If you want more of them, this is a really good box set to get. I've not finished building it. I turned mine mostly into chaosy dudes. You wanna see this? Yeah, a lot of the newer stuff they haven't had in these box sets in for Combat Patrol. In fact, they've shown some really old stuff in for Combat Patrol. Armies of Imperium. It's under, I think it's Adeptus Sororitas. This one, Sanctifiers, that's it, Sanctifiers, sorry. Really good set. This was the Psyker in the Dark Coven. This I converted into a female leader of the Dark Covens. This I replaced the Inquisitor symbol, and I think the head as well, but with a Chaos symbol. And which is the other model? That model I just built as normal pretty much. As one of the Faithful Blades or whatever it's called. And what was the other model? Oh no, the other model I didn't use these guys for. One of them I think, I'm planning to turn a couple of them into like Vindicator priests. But yeah, if you just want like this is a full-on Vindicator, this one basically does as well. But yeah, you got basically just a bunch of cool priest models in here. Just change the base size. This is really good for turning any army you're building into a more religiously zealot-y army just by replacing model parts with it. It's International Women's Day. It is International Women's Day. I forgot about that. I like this model. I wish it was less. I wish it was more posable. There we go. I wish it was more posable. Not a big fan of this model. That's a cool model. But yeah, they have new witch elves. Where are they? Here we go. Blood hags. Armored witch elves. And they're not just armored, they're fully clothed. As a fighting elite of the Karenite blood cults, bloody hags occupy an enviable position alongside the mobile shrines and sanctifying altars. Gods of Cain carry into battle. They save down their enemies in mass. Yeah, I do like the fact that they're giving them more armor and stuff. Because oh no, it just makes a lot more sense. You know. And they still have the less armored things going on here. Like over here as well. Shotgunning a defense-minded tactic for typically aggressive daughters of Cain. I love every Age of Sigmar model. They are my babies. I have lizards. You have lizards. Nice. I don't have. I have some of the Archie, Age of Sigmar models and some of the Dwarven ones, which I convert into Old World models. The Astra Militarum may be huge beyond counting and rely on standardized ranks and position to function, but the soldiery and officers who serve in their vast armies are no less individual for it. And you can make your backgrounds and stuff using these things if you want. Armored sentinels are often piloted by more experienced and skilled guardsmen. These elite soldiers are always looking to make a name for themselves. Cadian command squads are led by a Cadian commander, an experienced officer accompanied by 4 veteran guardsmen. These highly experienced warriors lead from the front and are widely respected by troops of Astra Militarum who follow them, unflinching and shores of death itself. But one thing I do dislike is with the command squads as they are, they've removed the idea of platoon command squads and like company command squads and stuff. In which you could have basically command squads that couldn't give out as many orders and they weren't as elite, but they're basically just part of your troops units. Hi, just a musical nugget. Dino men raiding dinosaurs into battle. There's no cooler sentence. Oh, scenarios. These sometimes are fun lore ideas. The Imperium is under attack from within and without. Only the brave women and men of the Astra Militarum have the numbers to defend humanity on so many fronts. The corrupt heretics of the Chaos Space Marines see a window of opportunity and swoop down to a strategically vital planet. A detachment of Acadians answer the call and marches out to face the deadly foe. I never realised how big these things are for Rogal Dawns. They're basically super heavy tanks. Like, they're not much smaller than Baneblades. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We are going to eventually build a couple of them. Orc boys. Oh, I'm so excited for new Orc stuff though. Uriel Yellow. Next magazine. You used to have Platoon Command as just a single model. You can still do that. It's kind of. Uriel Yellow, we've used this. I don't like Uriel Yellow a lot. It's very I've not used White Scar before. I'm being a layer. Oh yeah, it's a lot more. Wait a minute. Is this already? It's a lot more liquidy than the whites that we're used to. Other than Pallid Witch Flesh. Oh yeah, yeah. This is more like the ink that we've been using. That should be cool. I'll try it on my Templars next weekend when we're painting them again. Yeah, Uriel Yellow, I don't find it as very good coverage. It goes on very streaky. You have to already effectively have a good yellow base of like a slightly dark yellow. And you have to work from like either a pink or brown colour in different shades of yellow until eventually you can reach Uriel Yellow without it feeling streaky underneath. Hello White Scar, otherwise known as my base for my stripe panels. Yeah, at the moment I've been using Pallid Witch Flesh as basically most of the whites that I use, other than Wraithbone. It's been Wraithbone and Pallid Witch Flesh. Ooh, Imperial Fists. For some reason this didn't strike me as an Imperial Fist. I think it's too colourful, that's why. But yeah, it's got the Imperial Fist. Raven Guard? I'm guessing. And White Scars. Is this gonna be... Oh, it's teaching you how to do this. You paint it all white with the white scars. Oh. Now, if we're starting to get a point where we're doing more details and stuff, and it's starting to be like, how the heck do they do that so well? Like, I don't get how when they're painting these whites, they manage to keep it so dark underneath. I think what they do is they go with like a darker grey colour. They put no oil over it or something like that. Then they carefully go back over it without getting into the... you can see a little bit there where they accidentally covered the lower part. But yeah, because these dark lines, it's really hard to recreate the dark lines once you've gone over with white. Because if you go over with something like no oil, it will stain the white into grey. And if you try like painting the black lines yourself, you can't really do it with even the finished brush out there. Because as soon as you put paint onto it, it just thickens the end too much to get into those lines. It was like Howling Griffins instead of Imperial Fists. Yeah. I mean, the Imperial Fists aren't the only ones to use a fist symbol, but considering you got the white scars there, I imagine it's definitely Raven Guard, Imperial Fist, White Scars. If you push sideways across it, it shouldn't go. You'd think so, but a lot of the time it does. What you really want to do, it doesn't show here very well, is you basically want to take all of the paint off your brush and use a... Don't wet your paint at all. Like, don't water it down, because if it's watered down, it risks going into the cracks. You want it not watered down at all, barely any paint on your brush, and when you want to go over in a sideways motion, very carefully so that you don't accidentally put your brush into the gaps anyway, because it's very easy, especially if you push too hard. And then just keep going over and over and over again until eventually it starts looking white. Because otherwise, if you have too much paint, then you risk the paint actually getting into the gaps even if you didn't put it there. And if you have such a thin coat on your brush though, it's going to go so thinly onto this that it will barely cover, well, will barely turn the thing white. So you have to do multiple very, very thin layers to finally get it looking nice. The way it looks here, because the white is so smooth, I imagine they might have actually done a bit of using sponges or airbrushes to make it look that smooth. They definitely didn't use these brushes. I mean, the brush is just too thick. But that's only just been done for photograph purposes. Oh no, 2 thin coats. Oh. 2 thin coats. I find 2 thin coats often isn't enough to make it, you know, look correct. Yeah. They also don't... I've never used white scars. All the paints that I've been using at the moment, they go on very chalky looking. You wouldn't get pictures that nice with it. That being said, I'm still learning to use white. I'm trying to like stop being afraid of doing white colours so I can actually learn how to do them. Administratum grey. Is that Administratum grey? Doesn't look like it. That looks more like rust grey. Because it's slightly blue. Administratum grey is less bluey. It might just be the, you know, how it looks here. You know, colour theory, making it look more blue than it actually is. Huh. But what else is there? White scar going on to these things. Yellow for the eyes and the orbs. Yeah, getting these things. Some of it looks like it's definitely been dry brushed on. Some of it looks like it's been done with a much thinner brush than what they've got here. I mean, they could have used this brush, but I don't know how they got it to stay so pointed because the Games Workshop brushes are not that good. There we go. Ooh, Bonds of Honor. We're going to meet Guardsmen. Let's turn this light. Oh no, light is already off. Okay, that's really bright. So let's just mess with the video capture device. That was a bit much actually. There we go. Now then, my lad. So, Bonds of Honor. To catch you up. This is a story being told by a Silver Templar person who's teaching the neophytes, which are like, well, prospective neophytes who are like 10-year-old kids who have been forced to like climb the equivalent of the Himalayan mountains to finally reach a chapter monastery, where they're given stale bread, stale water, and then told to sleep in a basement that had like those tiny windows that are open. Well, they're not windows, they're just open straight onto a frozen hellscape outside. And he keeps bullying them. He's mean to these lads. Anyway, he told them a story about Sergeant Askerton and some other guy who I forget the name of, who lost his gun while going to a battlefield. Basically, one of his squad mates accidentally made him lose his gun and he dropped out of a ship onto a Tyranid-infested battlefield The sergeant then fought the Tyranid Warrior Prime while the rest of his squad were fighting off Gaunts. He defeated the Tyranid Warrior Prime with just a combat knife and a bolt pistol. Impossible if you ask me. But then they went into a fleshy tunnel. They were saved by some Infernus Marines. They then got, like, they defeated the Tyranids on the planet. We left with the rest of the Space Marines and Guardsmen did anyway. They then got permission to go and search for his gun. They went around the battlefield, realised it had already been taken by scavengers, went into space with a Thunderhawk where they found a scavenger ship that was like all run down and stuff. They went on it, defeated the people on board, couldn't find the weapon. Then were attacked by some Eldari Corsairs. They fended them off with no casualties somehow. Got back in the Thunderhawk, only to be realised that from the middle of a battle between Chaos Space Marine 4th Fleet and a Eldari fleet. A Chaos Space Marine Thunderhawk went after their Thunderhawk. The two of them fought. Both of them crash landed on
Never
a planet.
before has a Gary been more stew. The blueberry plot armor is genetic, it seems.
It is genetic. Also, yeah, don't forget he's named. He's named. All named Space Marines. I mean, so far, the only two crazy things I would say that they've done that feel a bit far-fetched, even by lore standards, is the defeating of a Tyranid Warrior Prime, especially in the modern era of Leviathan. Maybe back before the era of, you know, Leviathan as it is now. They could have done it back with Behemoth and Kraken, but no. I don't think they could do it now. Or, I mean, he could. It's just very unlikely for it. If there's a Stern Guard Sergeant, maybe. Although that being said, he is sort of said to be elite. But anyway, they then crash landed on a planet. They managed to survive, although the Thunderhawk didn't. And they had damage for Chaos Space Marines more than they got damaged in return, and also the Chaos Space Marines didn't survive landing. They did go to check to see if the Chaos Space Marines did survive, realised they didn't, but also realised that there were arcs on the planet. They realised that they couldn't survive if the arcs are there, if they still got the Death Copters. So they wanted to sneak into the Arc base and blow up the Death Copters so that, you know, they weren't going to be caught by them. But they didn't realise that they were being actually tracked themselves by commandos until they're already right outside the base. They got attacked by the commandos, managed to fend them off, and they got attacked by a whole load of other arcs. It looked like they were about to die until some Photon came in and saved them with a bunch of plasma fire. The Photon from were like, hey, we need to take out this Arc war boss. This isn't actually the main camp. And the Photon were like, hey, can you just distract the Arcs for us? And so and we'll give you a passage off world. And the Space Marines agreed. They went to fight for Arcs. They were being completely overwhelmed. One of them got severely injured. But then they found out all the Arcs had died, and the Photon had basically wiped out the entire camp over distracting the Arcs. Again, it seemed a bit crazy that they fought so many Arcs. But they are intercessors. They get a lot of shots. They could actually realistically kill a lot of them. Especially if you go by lore. Arcs in lore are not as good as they are in tabletop. And Space Marines in lore are slightly better than they are in tabletop. So yeah, Thunderhawks are used in space combat. They retrofit for some anti-ship combat. Yeah, Thunderhawks are space. Yeah, all most aircraft that you see in Warhammer are actually space vessels as well. Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens. And in fact, actually, that's how Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens work. They're not even retrofitted. Well, they can be retrofitted for anti-ship combat, but a lot of the time they're not. Like, they're literally just straight up, that's what they're used for. Because Thunderhawks, what they usually do, their job is like they're dropships. So you got a spaceship up here, you got a planet down here. They come from the spaceship, drop your troops off, pick some more troops back on, go up here. you need to board an enemy vessel, send for Thunderhawks. There's a Titan on a planet that you need to get rid of, send for Thunderhawks, since it has turbo laser destroyers on it. And equally, it can just go into space, attack another enemy ship, because it has big old turbo laser destroyers to smash those ships up. On top of this, they're usually armed with missiles that can take out the likes of Titans and seriously damage other spaceships. And they're often used when Space Marines... Storm Ravens are often used in a similar manner. They're used for, like, if you need to board an enemy spaceship, just crash a Storm Raven right into one. They're basically cheaper, more disposable Thunderhawks. They can sometimes have missiles and NAS cannons and stuff, but they're not going to be very effective against, like, enemy ships. They might be able to take out some weapon systems or whatever, and, you know, enemy fighters. Storm Ravens, though, they are very much just for drop. They're very for short range stuff. Thunderhawks are used for long range stuff. I think there's even Thunderhawks that are designed to travel in the warp, or at least, you know, lightly skim it. Because I've read more than one book where a Thunderhawk has come into, like, this, you know, you get in Space Marine reinforcements, and then a single Thunderhawk arrives, and it's got one Space Marine on board. Yeah, Thunderhawks are way more disposable than you might think of them. Like, whenever they need to do anything in space, it's always just throw a billion Thunderhawks at it. Oh, we just lost 10 Thunderhawks. Oh, we got a billion more where they came from. Crazy. Is everything spacefaring? Most things actually are spacefaring. Like, the basic fighter aircraft that you can have, like the Astra Militarum use, you can... I don't know if the law still says it is, but I know that they can do space combat as well. And they'll often fight in low orbit of planets. And, you know, like the Marauder bombers that might bombard, like, planets below will be bombarding enemy ships. There's also, I think, like, you know, various fighters and stuff that are used on spaceships as well. I know that both the Tau and the Eldar, they're basic graph vehicles, like, you know, the Wave Serpent, the Falcon, the Fire Prisms, the Hammerheads, the Devilfish. I'm actually not sure if that's still true for the Tau, but it used to be that they could fly about in space. I know that they can fly about in quite high atmosphere and stuff, like aircraft. I mean, you don't really see that in tabletop, but they can, and you often see it in art. But any sort of dropship can go in space. Any sort of fighter or aircraft that you'll normally have on tabletop can go up in space as well. Even things like your Tyranid Harpies, you will often find them, you know, flapping around in space. I don't know how the wings work in space, but apparently gargoyles and harpies flap around in space. And spore mines. You definitely get spore mines in space. But yeah, lots of things work in space, so... All of the Arc aircraft do. And some of the aircraft works in space, despite it very clearly being jets. Like, don't ask me how some of the things work in space when the model very clearly has jets on it. Because if you don't know, jets work by bringing in air. They're basically just big old fans. Like, can we look at the... No, not Space Marines. Armies of Imperium. Like, where are they? Oh yeah, you get your Valkyries are dropships. They definitely go into space and low orbit, and you can see they don't only go in low orbit, but you can see these are jets. They're not rocket boosters. They're literally jets. So I'm guessing maybe that's just like, it's not actually a turbine normally, or maybe it can switch between being rocket mode and turbine mode, or maybe the turbine is just there to bring air in to cool the rockets when you're in atmosphere. But where's another one? I believe, yeah, for Imperial Navy Avenger Strike Fighter. That one is, I believe, an aircraft that you find in space. And again, it has jets on it. These aren't rockets, they're jets. There's no air in space. Don't ask how it works. Do you know, but you got arc magic where if they believe it works, it works. Well, humans do the exact same thing. If they believe it works, it works. Yeah. So I'm not sure how many of and which ones of them actually can do space, but as far as I'm aware, most of them can. Or at least you'll probably read more than one story where they use them in space. Humans are in fact space arcs, yeah. But here we go. Now then, lads, let's get back to our story. Oh yeah, so they have got passage off a world, and I can't remember where they're up to then. But he usually tell us, there'll be more to look around your new home soon. But I must confess, I'm half enjoying myself. If I recall, I left off when Sergeant Askerton and his squad had just won a great victory, and with it brought their passage off a planet with a band of alien strangers for Photan. Or the Leagues of Photan for Kindred. They're actually humans. Kind of. Of course, I mustn't lead you astray. Don't take it for granted that you will always find allies wherever you go, especially not amongst the Xenos. But we space means do so. We certainly I can't say words, but we space marines certainly do not fight the Imperium wars alone. No, indeed, humanity has many warriors in its service. If you ascend to the ranks of our brotherhood sooner or later, you fight alongside the great armies of the Imperium, the Astra Militarum. Our Emperor has inspired devotion from thousands, perhaps millions of worlds. And though their people may be weak compared to us, what they do have are numbers in hundreds of millions. There are thousands of chapters of space marines, of course, each capable of laying siege to entire worlds or stopping fleets of enemies by themselves. What we have just found through here, by the way, is that usually the Imperium is described as having 1 million worlds. And like, although it's losing worlds all the time, it's always adding new worlds or regaining worlds again. But he's saying there's perhaps millions of worlds. So he's saying that there could be 2, 3, 4 times as many worlds in the Imperium as, you know, the law normally states. And usually you have the idea that there's 1,000 Space Marine chapters, each with 1,000 Marines. And right here, he's saying that there's definitely thousands of Space Marine chapters. Now, he is not a reliable narrator. But equally, that suggests that there's actually millions of Space Marines, perhaps tens of millions. So that is interesting. And though their people may be weak compared to us, although them saying only hundreds of millions when there's probably trillions of guardsmen or hundreds of trillions. So yeah. For thousands of chapters of Space Marines, of course, each capable of laying siege to entire worlds or stopping whole fleets of enemies by themselves. But these numbers pale next to the size of the armies of the Astra Militarum. They say our Imperium holds 1 million worlds. Yeah, that's it, 1 million worlds. To wage war on such a scale takes vast forces. Even if they are weaker than us, their numbers count a lot, and unlike the Adeptus Astartes, they can be practically everywhere. But I am losing my thread. You lads must do better at keeping me in check. Let us return to Sergeant Askerton. See, that's what happens to me. You need to keep me in check. I keep going off on tangents. I've got a stream to do. Oh my gosh, this is a Space Marine with... This actually explains a lot. is a space marine with ADHD. Let us return to Sergeant Gaskerton. If you haven't already guessed, once the squad had made good their escape from the desolate Ark-infested planet, they were dropped upon the nearest Imperium world, a world under the protection of the Astra Militarum. Here the brothers hoped that they might acquire a new transport vessel or perhaps gain passage in a ship going to somewhere a bit better resourced. But the squad found themselves not delivered to a port or city, but dumped into some shattered urban wasteland and left without so much as another word. The Xeno strangers, it seemed, were trustworthy enough to have kept their word, would offer precisely nothing beyond that which was strictly due. The squad was not worried, of course. They could have survived a very long time. But Darian, Mechatras, and Hevericon. Oh yes, Mechatras, the guy who caused Askerton to lose his rifle. And who the story is kind of told from his perspective. Now you're here to entertain. Yick! Sighted landmarks began to trace out a perimeter, sighting landmarks and plotting their range lest they come under attack. Meanwhile, Askerton sent out a Fox communication to anyone who could receive him. He was patient to a fault, but he had made an oath, if you recall, and he was not one to give up easily. So the matter of his missing rifle must have weighed heavy on his mind. There have been too many distractions and diversions. Yeah! Oh wait, they're not talking about my stream. And it was high time for the whole squad got back to its purpose. In any event, it was not long before a detachment of guardsmen arrived, no doubt primarily to investigate the landing of an alien ship. In many ways, it's a mercy. But they bothered and didn't simply bomb or shelve the place into oblivion. Box messages. There may have been, but a Xeno ships is Xeno ships, and the Astra Militarum are not generally enough encouraged to make fine judgment. Their expertise is attacking, not diplomacy. However, bombs and shells are expensive, and guardsmen can always be replenished.
The guard also have tenacity beyond measure. I have never seen a man more brave or foolhardy to charge a gun line of heretic Astartes.
Look. Who wins a fight between a bunch of heretic Astartes and a squad of good old guardsmen? The guardsmen, obviously. Look, the guardsmen charge into the heretic Astartes fight, but that squad has like 2 plasma guns, 2 melter guns, and 2 grenade launchers, and a plasma pistol. And it's got a commissar of a bolt pistol in the squad, or a plasma pistol of his own. And it's got like a command squad in it with 2 more plasma guns and a plasma pistol. You know, you're just firing so much plasma and melter into the heretic Astartes. By the time you finally reach the front line, you're like, where's the heretic Astartes? All I found is just melted remains of the trench. It's never just one squad of guardsmen. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like one squad of guardsmen's like 26 dudes right there. And just throwing so much plasma and melter and grenades at you. It's just like... What happened to Bob? Oh, well, he got hit by six plasmas. Bob the Chaos Space Marine. Fox messages, there may have been, but a Xeno ship's a Xeno ship. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. However, bombs and shells are expensive and guardsmen can always be replenished. Honestly, that's a silly thing. Bombs and shells are cheap compared to guardsmen, to be honest. So out they came in a column of rattling armoured vehicles. The Battle Brothers must have looked strange indeed, and at first, the guardsmen shrank back in fear, perhaps not recognising imperial symbols on the Space Marine's armour. But they did not fire on the group, but likely few of them had any idea what a Space Marine even looked like. And it's It is virtually certain that none of them had ever seen one before. After a short while, some of the troops dismounted and huddled in the ruins near. Askerton, mindful of the awe he inspired, took off his helmet, but I dare say this did not improve matters as much as he might have hoped. Beneath were eyes as cold as his helmet lenses, and his face was a patchwork of scars with mouth curled up in a frightful leer. The quality of the sergeant's character was, most regrettably, not entirely reflected in the way he looked. At length, one of the officers stepped forward. A brave woman, no doubt clearly one who would venture forward herself rather than cower behind her soldiers or send one of them in her stead. But anything more of her character the squad never found out, but at that moment a shot rang out. She stood still for a moment as her expression passed from fear to puzzlement, then to calm before she fell to the ground dead. The guardsmen who had come with her suddenly sprang into action and in a fit of fear and fury began to fire their weapons at the brothers, mistaking them for the killers of their officer. Sergeant Askerton immediately donned his helmet and foxed to our brothers to hold their fire. To the other brothers, the guardsmen posed little threat for the time being, and far more pressing was the matter of a true assailant. The brothers obeyed and took cover in the ruins, until the guardsmen had all emptied their weapons. Once they were done, for just a moment, all was still and silent, and then the hammer blow fell. Ooh, do you think that's like, do you think that's chaos dudes, or do you think it's Gene Stealer cultists? Oh, renegade guardsmen. I'm trying to see if there's a clue in the picture. Would be chaos or Gene Stealer there. Block of 20 guards, the only 10 spacemen. We all know who's winning. On tabletop, the guardsmen have a decent chance. In law, it depends on who's writing the story. Well, that being said, there have actually been, like, in the Horus Heresy novels, there's at least one point where it's from the perspective of some guardsmen, I think it is. And they're wondering how they're going to fight against the heretic Astartes, and they're just, like, manning their positions, just firing at the Astartes, running over. And, like, a squad of 10 guardsmen must have killed with that between their heavy bolt to special weapons and mass rifles, must have killed, like, a couple dozens Chaos Space Marines or traitors. So yeah, guardsmen can actually be pretty deadly, especially if they're bunkered down or equipped well enough. I also like how, do you know, that picture that keeps going around every so often of, do you know, a guardsman just catching an orc's hand? It's like, yeah, the law of a guardsman versus orcs used to be that a guardsman versus an orc is a kind of even fight. The orc has a slight advantage, but the guardsman is not at as much of a disadvantage as you would expect. Nowadays, it's stupid. The guardsman is absolutely stands no chance at all. Both law and... Actually, no, the law guardsmen still do relatively well against orcs in melee. On the tabletop, not so much. Hoping that if we get new Catachin rules, the Catachin will actually be relatively decent in melee. Because it'd just be interesting to have, you know, like, guardsmen that get 2 or 3 attacks each as a basis. And maybe hit on 3s in melee or something like that. The forces of the Astra Militarum, as diverse as they are huge, an attacking force will combine the best in personnel and equipment to form an unstoppable line of soldiers, machines and weapons fit for any situation. Oh yeah, we've not actually had the Gene Stealer cult yet appear in these stories, so it could be the Gene Stealer cults. Forces of orcs are drawn into a trap by the Astra Militarum. We need a better melee Catachin. As it stands, they are still a shooting army. Yeah, and they are okay-ish in melee, and they're definitely okay-ish in close quarter combat with the fact that they just have flamethrowers. And are a bit cheaper than the others. But at the moment, I think the best one in melee is actually the Krieg, because of all the bonuses they can get, and the Krieg Command Squad. And then you got the Krieg combat engineers, who are actually semi-okay-ish in melee, especially with a 4+ armor save. Look at the little grots there. The armies of Aston Militarum fight with overwhelming numbers and a fast spread of specialists and equipment. The armies are so large that sometimes entire regiments are raised, with each shoulder sharing a similar specialty. Them and I think Scions were a little better in melee too. Are they? I thought they still only had one attack. I know the Catechans get, not Catechans, the Krieg combat engineers get the Trench Club, which is either 2 or 3 attacks, but I think it's strength 4. However, on the battlefield, most forces are combined arms regiments, containing a wide range of troops with mixed equipment and fighting styles. I'm wondering if it's going to give us lore again, where basically a regiment that normally is fighting is actually composed of multiple units from multiple different regiments. There you go. Overhead shells whistle and roar as artillery rain down death on the enemy. Heavy weapons fire deadly shots deep into hostile territory. Columns of armoured vehicles thunder forward, turning up the ground as they crush enemy positions and units under their armoured chassis. Meanwhile, wave after wave of infantry rush forward towards the foe, heedless of their own safety and showing the knowledge that their special forces will have already infiltrated enemy lines, while the attack intensifies. The Valkyrie assault carrier. I like the Valkyrie. Oh look, little cherubs with lasguns. The Valkyrie assault carrier. Valkyries are carrier gunships that are crewed by some of the best and most daring pilots in the Imperial military. With their heavily armoured fuselages, Valkyries are ideal for swooping in close to the enemy, where they can use a devastating firepower to maximum effect. Ooh. Aircraft. The Astra Militarum are supported by the transports and assault aircraft of the Imperial Navy, but they also field their own squadrons of light fast aircraft. Some, like the Valkyrie, can deliver troops to their targets, conducting strafing runs on enemy positions or unleashing barrages of heavy missiles. Armoured vehicles. The Astra Militarum have a wide range of armoured vehicles and tanks. Some, like the Rapid Taurox, are used to quickly deliver troops into combat, where they dismount and fight, whereas others, like the Mighty Baneblade, are formidable weapons that can break enemy lines and fortifications. Artillery. Oh, and we got the Krieg artillery here too. And those guys. Okay, yeah, this, so one of the things is, like, other combat patrol magazines have been, like, not included anything that's, you know, very new. I say very new. Basically anything that came out in 10th edition pretty much, other than Leviathan box set. Because I imagine there was a lot of, like, planning and stuff. A lot of them must have been written, like, long before these things were officially announced. Hi, Night Parade! And to prevent leaks, they might have not shared the information. As the massed ranks of the Astra Militarum makes ready to charge, barrages of explosives are used to soften up enemy positions behind the lines. Artillery teams work tirelessly to keep up with the furious barrage raining down on enemy positions. Meanwhile, armoured vehicles like Basilisks bring even larger guns to bear. I wonder if they've changed how the guardsmen work. Because in the same way that the Space Marine legions are split, the guardsmen of the Imperial Army had also their doctrine changed. They were no longer allowed to do combined armed regiments. If you wanted a combined arms to fight, you had to have a regiment of tanks, a regiment of infantry, a regiment of mobile infantry or cavalry, and like each regiment was specialized. And only by mixing and matching units from regiments could you then have a combined arms force. Now, they did say in practice that's not how it worked a lot of the time, but it was like that basically. So if a regiment went traitor, it would only have limited resources to fight back with. Like it wouldn't have, if a bunch of guardsmen went traitor, they wouldn't have tanks. And if an armoured regiment went traitor, it wouldn't have the infantry it needed to support it. But now it seems to be that regiments, as it says, offer mostly combined arms. They're not mixing and matching from different regiments. Cadia and Krieg. Only two places I know that can field combined arms, Cadia and Krieg. I doubt that's the only one, because if you think about it in any sort of realistic sort of thing, you got the first Planetary Defence Force, and Planetary Defence Force needs to be able to put down combined arms. Sure, they might not have access to super heavy equipment or doing like super specialised equipment out that their planet can't produce itself, or that isn't produced on a local forge road unless they're a wealthy planet. No, Foisterans can do combined arms. Valhallans, the Talhorn, Desert Dogs, the... Oh, Armageddon. The Armageddon guys can definitely do that. At least they can field from on their own planets. So yeah, the Planetary Defence Forces can definitely do that. So like for Planetary Defence Forces, they need artillery, they need tanks, they need planes, they need various types of infantry. As a result, and since all guardsmen are recruited from, basically you just take one of your regiments off your other regiments each time a tithe comes along and you just hand them over. Depending on who you are, you might take all of your best troops out of those regiments and promote them into other regiments. So you're not losing all of your best troops, especially if you're close to the front lines. Other ones, it will literally be the best troops that they have. Places like the Chem Dogs and stuff like that, or where they're recruited from, they can't do combined arms. But Foisteren is a very, very wealthy planet that has full tank regiments and stuff. Oh, if you mean Carnison, if they're allowed to. I don't think that's true either, because the Cadians... I know the current law especially has Cadians teaching, like, the reason the Cadians can field so much stuff now, even with Cadia gone, is that they've basically got lots of other planets where they're training up troops and inducting them into Cadian military, but they're also training up other, you know, planets' armies in the Cadian style of combat. And that's why everyone looks like the Cadians. The Tempestus Science can also do combined arms. I don't think we should forget about them. So, I don't know. I know that originally, though, it said that they're not allowed to, but they do it anyway. All of the planets do. But hi, Nano Fate. We are special forces. Within the ranks of the Asta Militarum are units of special forces. Some of these, like the Tempestus Aquilians, specialise as strike teams or pathfinders, working deep behind enemy lines, whereas others like Ogrins are hulking muscular brutes who are used in the front lines. Do Ogrins count as special forces? I wouldn't have thought. I know Bogrins would. But I don't count as Ogrins as special forces. Humanity's resolve. Across the vastness of the galaxy, humanity faces innumerable perils. Only the steadfastness of their armies and their unity against the many external forces can Officer for ailing Imperium from total annihilation. Commissar! Rogel, yeah, those Rogel Dawns are absolutely massive. As tall as a blooming sentinel. And those aren't short sentinels anymore. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Like a Rogel Dawn just crushing a space marine. Do you think a space marine armor could survive getting crushed by a Rogel Dawn? The Imperium of Man is assailed from within and without. And within. The Imperium of Man is assailed from without and within. Iron without, iron within. Hidden deep in the societies of many Imperium worlds, traitors scheme and plot the downfall of humanity. Vile cults rise, preaching heresy and damnation to quivering masses, and fear spreads. That's what tank shock against Marines is? Yeah, I guess so. Tank shock used to be mostly a thing that you do against fortifications, other tanks, and Titans. Basically, just ram them as hard as you can. Now it's also useful against infantry. I mean, you could do it against infantry, but it wasn't the most effective. The reason you do tank shock is basically take a light vehicle that's really cheap and really fast, and it could just absolutely decimate anything. Sure, it would blow up as well, but you could take out the vehicle that was worth 4, 5, 6 times the points on it. Doing pretty well. Can't go out running because of heavy rain. Though, what? Nah, it's quitters talk. Go running in the rain. Haven't shower while you run in. Then you can come back and be like, I've already showered. I don't need another one. Yeah. Oh yeah, fire cults rise, preaching heresy and damnation to the quivering massive, and fear spreads, poisoning the population against their rulers. In a moment, entire planets may turn against the imperial rule and attempt to spread their corruption to nearby worlds, and whole systems can be lost to the insidious rot of blasphemers. Ever present, too, is the threat of chaos, that ancient enemy of mankind. The forces of the lost and the damned can strike any system at any time, emerging from the warp of a black abyss of space to attack loyal imperial worlds in accordance with their eldritch design. With a potent ancient technology and infernal sorceries, they visit their vengeful rage the sons and daughters of the God Emperor. All the while, vile Xenos forces circle imperial space, looking for weaknesses to exploit. Not smart to go running in a swamp while it's raining. Oh, you go running in a swamp. Okay, yeah, that sounds dangerous. That sounds dangerous. Maybe don't do that. Don't want to get attacked by a crocodile. Overall, foul Xenos forces circle imperial space, looking for weaknesses to exploit, and 2 often find them. With such vast territories to safeguard, the resources of Imperium are spread thin. Not only are planets threatened by raiding parties or small expeditionary forces, but entire systems can become engulfed in bitter warfare, with the arrival of colossal invasion fleets leaving nothing but death and destruction in their wake as they pursue their alien desires. Between these great powers and countless far-flung Imperial holdings throughout the galaxy, the bravest of the Imperium make their stand. They are the Astra Militarum, the hammer of the Emperor. A desperate vanguard of Astra Militarum holds back the hordes of chaos. Honestly, this does not look like a desperate group. They've got 2 blooming Rogel Dawns, some missile launcher, last cannon, and a heavy bolter, and squad of guardsmen including a motor gun and a flamethrower. A plasma cannon armored sentinel and a light sentinel with a multi-laser. I don't think those space marines are surviving very well. Ooh, we got the map again. Yeah. Oh. Ultramar Sectorum. So yeah, this is not the same as Ultramar Sector. But Ultima Sectum has the Ultramar Sector in it. McFag is over here. The Tau Emperor is over here. Massively zoomed in on it. Where else is there? The Car Worlds. The Maelstrom is... Oh, there's a Maelstrom of a Maelstrom campaign. So yeah, the 500 Worlds campaign is over here around McCrag. Going against the Shroud, the Scourge of the Stars, and the Tau Empire. The Maelstrom campaign is up here. What's the next campaign that's coming along? We're bringing the Apocalypse rules. I need to check. Let's check online. Hello, Clyde. How you doing? I like Vesta Militarum the most. They don't get the fancy armor, just a rifle and orders. So some of them get some fancy armor. Next week. Horus Rising book. Ooh. Is this fake false leather or is it actual leather? Because false leather has a habit of breaking apart. A leather effect cover. Okay, don't know what that means. Leather effect cover could be false leather. It could just be something that looks... Because false leather sucks. Faux leather. It falls... Bleh. But you can create leather effects without it being really weak. Inside the artwork, including for... I mean, it's probably best not to use animal skin for it, mind you. Gaskell Thacker, Warlord of Warlords. I was like, that's not Gaskell Thacker. That looks more like somebody dressed up as Sebastian Yarrick. But no, Gaskell Thacker's back here. Litter de Stabber is a new war boss of a Blood Axis, and his problems are only just beginning. Now he answers the Gaskell Mag Uruk Thacker, unchallenged warlord of the greatest war to ever save humanity. Oh look, that's cool. I like that. Chem dogs! We're just talking about the chem dogs. I love the chem dogs. I kind of want to make an army of them. Infinite and the Divine. Illustrated and animated edition. Ooh, Faith and Fire and Officially edition. The Green Tide. Oh, is this on Assault on Blackreach days? 2 novels and 4 short stories. Okay. Death Watch, Grudge Bearer, Black Library Twin. Oh, it's free. What is this? 5 thrilling stories. Ooh. From Orcs and Adeptus Sororitas to Skaven and Denizens of Shais. Ooh. French and German versions of books. Oh, Blood Bowl miniatures. New Blood Bowl-y dice stuff. Oh, oh my gosh. It's funny that the Tower considered a main faction when you see how small they are territory-wise. Yeah. It's actually funny when you think about where Warhammer 40k started. 1 per customer. Oh, which one's 1 per customer? Sorry. The paperback anthology will be free in stores while stocks last and will also be available. Ooh, I might have to go to Warhammer store. Fun fact, for at least 50 books around the world confirmed to be bound in human leather. Sounds right up Imperium's alley. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the issue with a lot of false leather is it not just falls apart, it's like if you ever put a box of like newspaper or something in the attic, or do you know, somewhere, and then it go back to it a few months later and it's just all completely decayed. That's basically what happens to false leather. You don't even need to use it all the time. You can just leave it somewhere and lots of versions of it can just fall to pieces. So I'm always wary whenever it has like a leather effect or do something looks like it's leather but it's not. It's like I'd just rather have something that doesn't look like it's leather. But it depends. If it's a high quality material, it could be good. Also, why is it not showing my cursor? There we go. Yeah, if you... I can't remember what I was going to here to click upon. Can you guys remember? I got distracted. I got distracted by what's coming out next week. Lots of books. Very interesting books. I think most of them are like re-releases, from the look of it. That's it, Saflar. The Saflar Chem Dogs, which I always read as Salvar. We order it next week. Oh, the fighting arts. What do those chem dogs look like? I'm just seeing like what models you could do to try getting that same effect on them. They look like a mix between Horus Heresy, Solar Auxilia, kind of. Like if you take off their head, no, maybe not. Yeah, no, I was thinking this thing here looks a bit like, you know, this bit here, but no. Necromunda. Your eyes are melting. Good. Good. The website is doing its job.
No, Mum, not the website. My eyes. They're melting.
Good. Hey, maybe the Ash Nomads. Your clothes all torn up, just replace the heads with guardsman heads. Although that looks terrible when you do that. Raggedy armored, yeah, but they kind of look a bit like they could be Kriegs, just replacing the heads. More raggedy version of Armageddon Steel. The closest we get to Armageddon Steel Legion is Krieg currently. And you got these guys to replace again for heads. But no, they're not technological enough. The only other one I can think is maybe House Orlok here. Would be good chem dogs. I like the ideas of chem dogs because, you know, they're just equipped with random gubbins. Like, you might find NAS guns and all. They're basically just equipped whatever they can get from at the time. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at where the new Iron Warrior stuff is set. Where is it? The Eye of Terror. Oh, it's set around the Eye of Terror. Well defended world. Okay, so that's taking place around the Eye of Terror, which is actually the next thing I also wanted to point out anyway. So Eye of Terror is up here. So Eye of Terror is where this campaign is taking place. Around this area, it seems like a pretty large area it's taking place because it's all the way up to Tower Empire for Scourge and for Shroud. It's where 500 Worlds takes place. Around the Maelstrom, so around here, is where the Maelstrom campaign takes place, and the Eye of Terror takes place around here on the gates of Ruins of Cadia. If you want to know where 40k originally took place, 40k originally took place entirely just around the Eye of Terror. Which sounds silly, but that's back when it was called Rogue Trader and stuff. And the idea was that every so often, the space around the Eye of Terror, goes quiet. They kind of still have that idea with the Eye of Terror, where every so often the space quietens down around the Eye of Terror and you can go in it and come out of it relatively well. But now that's kind of mostly whenever the Crusades occur, although not just the Crusades. Whenever Chaos invasions always occur around then. But rather than being a Chaos incursion into Imperial-held worlds, it used to be the Imperium itself would push into the Eye of Terror to try and take the high resource worlds that are held within the Eye of Terror. But what would happen is that eventually the Eye of Terror would become all, impossible to traverse the space around it again. And all the worlds would become independent. They'll gain new rulers. You might have some space marines were left inside the Eye of Terror. And whatever. Well, yeah, the Imperium just came in as like this kind of brutal police dictatorship with the space marines effectively being the police. That, put them down the Imperium rule, but as soon as the space could no longer be traversed, the space marines became just, set up effective with their own police states, where they turn convicts into more space marines. It's very, very kind of interesting to read about that sort of stuff. I always get mixed up when I look at the galaxy map. When I was looking at the galaxy map, I actually found one where it was a bit weird online, where it was instead like this. And it showed the galaxy getting split in half from Eye of Terror up here down to here. And it was like west and east instead of, like north, east, south, west. So, yeah. So I always end up, whenever I think about things, I get a bit confused. I've always thought the Maelstrom was more up around here. But equally, Terror is only like here. I always think of Terror being more like down here. Rather than up here. I actually think of Terror as more like here, I guess. Where this storm is. And then everything else just like kind of warps around it. Yeah, there's old maps of major war storms. Almost stuff out to the Ghoul Stars. Places a real horror show out there. Where's the Ghoul Stars again? Isn't that down south? Or is it up here? It'd be one of the red areas, wouldn't it? Oh, I remember seeing them the other day. I say the other day a while ago. Oh, Salvar! There's the chem dogs. Riser! Riser! From Star Trek! That's the vacation planet they go to, isn't it? Riser. Yeah, northeastern area. Storm of the Empress Wrath. Oh no, these are all stormy stuff. Oh, Ghoul Stars up here. Yeah, that's like really far away. Desperation. Corellia. Oh, wait, what's important about that? I remember hearing about that. Attila. The Attilan Rough Riders. Oh, they're on the other side. Ooh. Obsinia. But they're close to the, like, isn't one of the safe channels over here? So I guess they're not in too bad a position. I say safer. Oh, there's one of the Tau Sphere expansions over here. The Tau are a major faction simply because they are... You got your 3 levels of superpower, or whatever it is. But They are a significant power simply because they're very similar to the Eldar. The Eldar don't actually control much space, but wherever they control, they are capable of exerting a heavy influence, heavier than what anyone else can exert in that area. So as a result, it can be very, very hard to uproot them. It doesn't mean they can't be uprooted, but that's why the tower is such a significant force, because they are in an area where they cannot be uprooted from it because they hold so much more significant power. They hold such significant power in the area that to remove them will require not just any crusade, it will require one of the greatest crusades ever. Is number 6 the Nakmund Gauntlet? Overstand Planos. Do you mean over here? No, it's this. A splinter fleet of High Fleet Kraken is active in this region. And endless swarms began to overcome the troops of Astra Militarum. However, Overstand Planos Imperial commanders have great success at repelling the swarm by sending waves of troops at them. Now the planet has become the center of their efforts to repel the Tyranid in mass. The Imperial Guards were like, the Tyranids, we're without number. Well, do you know who has more numbers than you? We do! The Guardsman answer for Tyranids is just literally somehow outnumbering them. Tyranids, I'm going to send a wave of my own troops until you... Wait, what are they doing? Are they sending a wave of their troops at us? Isn't that what we're planning to do? Why are there more of them? Common Guardsman W. Oh, we sent wave after wave of our troops into the maw of the Tyranids until their stomachs exploded. They all died of... All the Tyranids went into a food coma, and then they just sent more waves to finish the Tyranids off now that we're in a food coma. Oh gosh, so what's this? Where's the other numbers? I don't know what that one's about. Where are the aren't the Photon meant to be around here? I don't see anything labeling for Photon. Surprisingly. And this should be out after the Photon. So, oh yeah, these are current major war zones. The
Our only hope is that the enemy kills so many of us, they become slightly depressed.
They become slightly depressed. Oh no. So yeah, major fortresses, major victories, major war zones. Ultima oh, that's a Macarius campaign. I thought that was a bit more northern. Sturgis. So 1. What is 1? 1 is redacted. That's code for Vipers Paterna. 2 is for Narda 7. I mean, maybe that's they're both redacted because of how close they are to, you know, important places. Oh, there's Armageddon. So 3 is Vigilus. Our only hope is that the enemy kills so many of us who become slightly... That's silly. Oh, hi, Aegis. Hi, Aegis. How you doing? Sorry, I missed you there. The Bastion word of Vigilus comes under heavy attack from Abaddon. Endless units are poured into the nightmarish conflict, but no matter how many resources are committed, the outlook remains bleak. So that is over here, where the Iron... So while Abaddon's attacking there, it looks like the Iron Warriors are going to be attacking here. And the surrounding areas. Oh, Agrimpa, that's really cool Forge Road. It has some cool Lasgun designs. Find this, that's a Space Wolf home planet. Foistra, I think that's the Foistrans. Inferni Gates, Bleak Coil. Isn't the Shroud currently where the Necrons are doing their crazy stuff? Backer! Oh my goodness! You silly backer! Solstice! For winter solstice! I've heard of that one. I don't know why though. I think it isn't for like a cool vehicle from there. Cypru Monday. Just east of the eye. I'm pretty sure it's the main planet of the Gothic sector. Ooh. Wait. Just east of the Eye of Terror, Cypru Monday. Oh, this one. Yeah, I mean, it's a fortress world, so it's going to be a major one. Mordian. Oh, there's the Mordians. I kind of never knew they were on that side. Valhalla is over here. They're a cool place. Val, that's the Blood Dangerous. I always forget they're on the other side. Sable, Alaric, Moloth. Nexus 3 station. Okay, what about number 4? Where is number 4? 3 is here, 4 is here. Is Segmentum Tempestus where the signs come from? No, 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 no. Segmentum Tempestus is just a place where it's very... As soon as you start going about south of here, somewhere around here anyway. The failed region, here we go. The failed region is where the... It's very hard to traverse this region. You can send places... The spaceships can travel safely within. It's just... A lot of crazy things go over here. They're not as nightmarish as over here. But generally, it's very hard to keep in touch with these groups over here. They don't necessarily die off. And you've got some people that do incredibly well over here. And no one knows why and no one trusts why they do so well. It's believed that there might be some like really powerful Xenos there, or some really powerful psychic threats. I remember reading that in the failed region, they also believe that there might be some sort of tyrannid hive-mindy thing going on over here, but no one knows. There's all sorts of crazy things, and sometimes it's like planets go missing, or like you have a planet on a star chart and it's over here, and then it's over here the next time you try finding it. And sometimes you go to a planet and you have a lot more, do you know where you arrive at a planet, but you arrive 1,000 years earlier, or you arrive 1,000 years later, but by the time you get back over here. There's all sorts of stuff. Ghoul Stars has more chaotic stuff, like almost everything that happens there is nightmarish. Over here, this is like something you'd see in Star Trek. This is something you'd see in, I don't know, Warhammer. Like the Bermuda Triangle of part of space. Kind of, yeah. Back is where there was the fleet that stopped the first tyrannic invasion was from. Oh. Still never getting them blowing up an Emperor-class battle carrier. Ooh, Ghoul Stars is more like Eldritch stuff. Yeah. Isn't Ghoul Stars also where they have that really, really horrible alien race? The other one that everyone, the Harrod or something like that, or the Harrod, which were described as basically being a race of like people that are made out of like slugs and worms. To stare upon them is like age you, and they use like these weapons that just force you to age. I think they're from the Ghoul Stars. One side is Star Wars EU, the other side is Star Trek. Yeah, it's... I'm not sure how much of that is canon and stuff. Like, a lot of the lore I've read is just from all, you know. Like, some of the lore dates back to when the story was called Rogue Trader, and it all took place in the Eye of Terror, and you just heard bits and pieces about the other around the galaxy flood. I don't know where they were, to be fair. I feel like I remember them being related to the Ghoul Stars, but that might be something else. Yeah, I'm surprised that it doesn't show the like major craft words and stuff here. Oh, in craft world. Oh, Blackreach! Love Blackreach. McCrag. Bane's Landing. Oh, Rin's World. I always read that as Ryan's World. Antagonist. Is there just a planet named Antagonist there? I bet that's a really nice place. Oh, Malefactus. Doesn't that basic just mean evil? Evil fact. Okay. Okay, what's up for? Deep underground. Where is it? 4 is over here. Deep underground, a heated war rages on Rafnor's sub-4 sea. No sooner are the insurrectionist worker girls defeated than a greater enemy arises from the depths. And now this unknown foe battles against Imperial troops in the cramped mine workings. That sounds like Gene Stealer cool stuff. 5 is here. That's not too far from Terra. Gorents. The Ark fall heavily on the Gorent system in a maelstrom of violence and destruction. Nearby planets are hastily emptied of their troops as every available resource is used to counter their attacks and repel them from Imperial space. And then we already read about 6. Yeah, I'm surprised it shows the Tau Empire here and the Tau Sept, but it doesn't show us the Photon or pretty much anybody else. Yeah, that's even has that expansion there. Oh god, that sounds awful. A subterranean war from what was talked about in the Franks campaign. Those fights are often short, violent and bloody. Yeah. Ghoul Stars is where an event called the Pale Wasting happens. Info is sealed, but a lot of the Astartes chapters were lost. Oh yeah. There's a lot of crazy things. Lunar Phage. Oh, there's another Malefactus up there. There's a Malefactus there, a storm, and there's a Malefactus down here. Here. Malefactus. But yeah, the Galaxy of War. The command staff of every sector and subsector assailed daily with desperate requests for aid. Cult uprising, traitorous coups, Xenos predation, and the never-ending litany of heretic invaders beat a staccato tattoo upon every astropathic station across the Imperium Sanctus. The Sectum Solar itself suffers more assaults from within and without than at any time since the Horus Heresy. Yeah. Oh, campaign Astra Militarum versus Space Marines. Anyway, World United. The men and women of the innumerable worlds are drawn together in humanity's endless wars of survival. Both their cultures and martial traditions may vary, they are united in their duty to the Emperor. Cadians are the quintessential soldiers of the Imperium, dauntless, tough, and uncountably numerous. They are the masters of mass attacks, utilizing artillery, armor, and infantry to overwhelm enemy positions. Some of the most storied and honored commanders in the entire Astra Militarum hail from Cadia, and the pride of Acadians matches the respect that they receive from other troops in service to the Emperor. No catechin on this page! Confirmed, catechin aren't getting a range refresh, instead they're getting a range, you know, retired. Instead we're going to get Attilan infantry. The barren plains of Attila are home to the preeminent horse cavalry of the Astra Militarum, the Attilan Rough Riders. They carry grenades and sidearms, but their most feared weapon is their hunting lance. They are famous for their mass charges that have been known to break the lines of even the hardiest foe. They can also see surface as scouts and small patrols, harrying and outflanking the enemies with their speed and guile. I absolutely love the hunting lance, it's so ridiculous. it has two attacks basically. One of them is just basically melee melter, and the other is just melee crack grenade. And it's perfect. The world of Krieg is a grim, blasted wasteland contaminated with innumerable toxins and radiation. The dour men and women hail from this nightmarish hellscape are able to withstand the harshest conditions of some of the most grueling battlefronts of the galaxy. They are trained from birth for combat, and even in an organisation like the Astra Militarum, they stand out for their callous disregard for their own lives and welfare. So one of the things I found interesting when reading about guardsmen, since I've come back into Warhammer, is that the Cadians and the Krieg, at the very least, don't just recruit from their own planet anymore. Instead, you find Krieg stations and posts, and Cadian ones across many worlds. Cadians make sense because basically after the world was lost, all of the Cadians out to the rest of the galaxy were basically charged with rebuilding Cadia wherever they were. And as a result, there's many planets now that are just like, the only soldiers that they recruit are Cadian troops. And you have planets where they might recruit for normal soldiers, but at the same time you're getting Cadian forces being recruited there, are considered fully Cadian. But what I've also noticed is that Krieg do the same thing. They have outposts all around the galaxy where they train up new Krieg soldiers. And apparently the Krieg
Cadia stands over there, and other there, and a little bit over there.
Yeah, true. Krieg on the other hand, oh yeah, and because they the soldiers are spread out, apparently the descendants of Cadians as well, some of them still have like the purple eyes and stuff. So yeah, I don't know how that works. I thought the purple eye originally came from, you know, being on Cadia. I know that they still have outposts on Cadia itself, like the remains of the world, and you know, the planets that are nearby in the same sector. But yeah, I think even the Attilans are the same. They have and the Catechans. They don't just recruit from one place. Oh yeah, for Krieg, I've not managed to find anything other than just online accounts because I couldn't find it in the current codex. But apparently they have some sort of birthing thing where it's not exactly clones, but they can produce Krieg soldiers through some sort of birthing mechanism. Machine. Attila for Kriegs. But oh yeah, Astra Militarum versus Space Marines. The Astra Militarum and Space Marines both fight to defend the Imperium against its many foes, but each has their own chain of command of their own aims, which can sometimes bring them into conflict. In the system beset by hostile forces, the soldiers of Astra Militarum are desperately trying to hold their ground and retake positions that have been overrun. Every victory is marred by news that the nearby planet has fallen to an enemy, blah blah blah. They're searching for archaeotech. Oh no, these are just generic things. But this might actually give us more information about why they would fight. The Astra Militarum are awaiting new orders when a sudden attack is mounted. Confused, they see what appears to be a force of Space Marines bearing down on them. Bolters roaring. Whatever the reason behind the sudden attack, the troops of the Astra Militarum must now fight for their lives. If they win, they will survive to defend the planet from the enemies of the Imperium. If they fail, the planet may fall. The Space Marines have discovered intelligence that points to a hidden fault near an Astra Militarum garrison. The location of a fault is so secret that nobody must be allowed to witness the Astartes' movements. The captain attempts to contact the Astra Militarum, but finds their leadership is in disarray. Losing patience, the Space Marines move to clear out the planets of all in their path, whether friend or foe. That makes sense. I like that explanation. I think the Cadian Gate has several planets. It was the main one that was lost, so the others are still colonized and producing. Yeah, I think that's kind of how it works, but if we look over here, I think they did say that like the entire Vacadia fell originally, and like the planet surrounding it too. But people were a bit upset about that, considering, you know, they had this massive campaign about Vacadia and the Space Marine, the Chaos Forces were stopped. And this was like a real life campaign. So instead what happened is Cadia fell, the Eye of Terrors opened, and the Abaddon's forces are spilling out through, you know, this area here. But as you said, the rest of the planet still stand. From what I've read of recent lore, the planet of Cadia itself is corrupted by chaos. There's multiple chaos forces upon the planet, and the Imperium have put forces back down on, you know, the remains of the planet. And there have been battles between them. I think I read Carl was there at one point. Or it might have been somebody else. Cadia was basically the linchpin of the gate. I think the pinner technically makes the link in the chain. Makes the link in the chain. Yeah, down here. And so does Vigilus. It seems like Vigilus is still standing though. It's struggling, but it's still standing, even though it's like in the middle of all that chaotic stuff. As it turns out, the Necron Blackstone Pillars was the real linchpin, locking the eye closed. Yeah. Vigilus Defiant. Yeah. So, and then you got things like, oh, another campaign. Tyranids versus Asta Militarum. Just fighting one another, obviously. Next magazine. We've been so distracted. So part 1 of 2, Cadian Shock Troops. Oh, a bunch of 25mm bases. Is that 25mm? Let's check. That is 25mm. Oh gosh, it's a bit dark without the book there, isn't it? Let's once again change the video capture device settings a little bit. Oh gosh, that's a bit bright. Sorry, it's there you go. So what's in this set so far? It's got a motor gun, a plasma gun. Do you know the annoying thing that used to be about guardsmen? You might say guardsmen and like models are expensive now. But it used to be that if you bought some guardsmen, the only weapons you'd have in a squad would be a chainsword, a las pistol. I think, no, you didn't get a bolt pistol in it. You didn't. You got a chainsword, your normal las guns, and a grenade launcher and a flamer. Those are the only weapons that you could get in the entire box set. Now you got one grenade launcher, one flamer, one plasma gun, one melter, and I think you get a second sprue that's identical to it. So is the second sprue the same? It's here. Oh no, it's not the same. Oh no, it is the same. So everything that's here is in the second sprue. So you get 2 melter guns in it, 2 plasma guns, 2 chainswords, 2 flamethrowers, 2 grenade launchers, 2 foxcasters. You only got 1 foxcaster originally. In a squad of 10. You didn't get any medkits. Do you have a power sword in this kit? Do you have a power fist in it or anything like that? Oh, it doesn't look like it actually. But yeah, if you wanted those weapons, then you had to buy blister kits that had metal models in them or an upgrade kit. And it made it very, very expensive. Because let's say for 20 quid or 15 quid or whatever prices whenever they were out, the blister packs for your special weapons were like 5 to 7 quid. Something like that. It's been a while. You also didn't get as many just generic parts and like different ways to pose them. You got a combat knife. Let's check. Is this identical? Yeah, it looks pretty much identical. Ooh. Okay, so if you want to give them power weapons and stuff, then you need for upgrade sprue, or you just need to take for spare weapons and for command sprue. Ooh. That's interesting. A bit sad. I like how you get some sandbags. That's nice. There's another sandbag there. So you get 4 sandbags in here. Which would be nice for like creating terrain, put some on your vehicles and stuff. But yeah, you barely got anything in from. It's a bit like if you look at the catechins now. That's how the old sprues used to be. Oh, if they now attach spearheads. You saw an ad on TV. Ooh, I have seen adverts on Reddit and stuff. But only like things like Reddit. Not even on YouTube, except as do you know, banner adverts rather than video adverts. Yeah, I'm not going to get the spearhead because 1, it's going to be another massive expense that I can't afford. And 2, I'm not really interested in Age of Sigmar. If we look here and we type spearhead, I think they announced it a while ago. Will we be able to do this? Patchworks. Combat Patrol comes to the USA. Yeah, they're not announced. I swear they did an announcement similar to this for Spearhead a while ago, like well before it came to order. Spearhead magazine. No. Okay, I can do this. Oops. Close that. We can probably see what's going to be coming in for things. If I go over here, United Kingdom, confirm, do this, there you go. So this is what it's going to have in it anyway. Well, it's going to have some terrain in it, that's nice. It's going to have a deepkin. Doesn't have a lot of deepkin in. Yeah, it doesn't have much at all. It's just got these guys, this squad, that dude and that thing. It's got 5 Stars Wars, 3 Croxagars, and this. So basically it's just old spearheads. It's got, oh yeah, it's got the starter box stuff in. So the Skaven versus the Sigmarines. It's then got the, what's behind my head? Interns to Darkness stuff over here with a big old chariot looking thing. 5 of the horses with the 5 of the horses with the horsey commander for Cities of Sigmar, your big cannon and your 10 free guild soldiers. Is that Nurgle? Yeah, it's Nurgle. You got 5 of the Blight Knights. Are they the old Blight Knights? Are they the new ones? Oops. Age of Sigmar, Chaos, Maggotkin of Nurgle, that's what they call them. So yeah, it's got a lot of afflictions in it. Lord of Affliction, yeah. Then, which can also be built as the Blight Lords. Yeah, I think they're the old models, not these ones. The old Blight Kings. That's it, Blight Kings, not Blight Knights. Yeah. It makes sense because these, like the Combat Patrol magazine, it was using old Combat Patrol models. And box sets, and then some of the Felgar things. Oh, not Pestigar. You got some Blood Knights, Fargulfs, bunch of Death Rattle skeletons. Is that the current one? I'm used to that. Death. So Black Grave Lords. Oh no, it's not the current one. Yeah, they're definitely the Blood Knights. They do look like the Death Battle skeletons, I think. I see dinos. Yeah, we got the Saurus. You got the Lumineth Realm Lords. Mage. 10 archers, 10 spear boys, 5 big sword dudes. Whatever they are. Lumineth Realm Lords. Which are they? Yeah, looks like the Blade Lords here. Yeah, Blade Lords. Big old trees. It's just trees. Giant tree, big trees, slightly smaller trees. Ooh, you got the Ossiarch Bone Reapers. 5 of the big horses, big dude, necromancy dude, and a bunch of the spears. You got the old goblin spearhead. We built 2 of these on stream. So it had 3 Troggoths, 10 of these dudes, 20 of these dudes. 20 just night goblins that can be built with bows or spears. These guys can be built as bounders of a knight variant, and this guy can just be built as who he is. And then big old dude. Yeah, and you got some terrain coming out of it too. I like the terrain. You didn't really get that with the other one. Wait, how do I go back? Yeah. $2.99 for the first issue. Collect all of this, learn to play. You get the spearhead files, like I've got my foot files. You got a mug that's kind of meh, to be honest. Some brushes that are kind of meh, to be honest. Want more? Go premium, only £2.50. Oh, so here's your premium stuff. Premium Kit 1 just has this model in. It's an amazing model, to be fair. Great and Clean one for Premium Kit 2. The Premium Kits don't seem as good as the ones I got. Because each one has like... Premium Kit 1 had a Brutalis Dreadnought in it. And a Hive Tyrant, which could be built as a Winged Hive Tyrant. Oh, sorry, I accidentally messed up here. Premium Kit 2 came with Demon Prince and... Oh, what came with the Demon Prince? Howling Banshees. Howling Banshees. Not a great one, that one. Premium Kit 3 had the Killer Cans and the... Oh, what's they called? Guys with the big old guns. The Thunderkin. The Thunderkin. Yeah, Premium Kit 2 had Thunderkin in it. Premium Kit 3. And the last Premium Kit is going to have a Rogel Dawn in it. And a Oh, for blood coffin, or whatever it's called, for brood coffin, sorry. For the Gene Stealer cult. So it has a patriarch, mages, and a bunch of other models in it. So I'd say those are arguably better, but I guess these are more expensive models. Like, we can look how expensive that guy is. Oops. I'm guessing for all around £105 models. Whereas the... Oh no, £74. Yeah, they kind of suck by comparison in terms of what you actually get in money-wise. Only premium kits 2 and 3 are for an army of a magazine, kind of sucks. Are you sure? Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Ossiarch Bone Reapers are in here. Here's your Ossiarch Bone Reapers. Maggotkin over here with your Great Unclean one. The first one has the Stormcast Eternals, which is here, with Stormcast Eternal Dragon. And the fourth one, what was the fourth one? I forgot. Oh, I can't go back now I've clicked on it. Oh, Mr. Stormcast. Oh, the Mega Gargant. Yeah, there's none of them. Although the Mega Gargant can be allied into any of the armies, can't it? Or something like that, I've heard. It's like an Imperial Knight. Or Chaos Knights. Maybe not any army, but some of them. Okay, so you get some Liberators, Lord Celestine. Read, collect, play. So, oh yeah, this is another model you get, this thing. So we got a Primaris company champion. Instead you get this thing. Same as, these are just the same. Either way, if it's anything like the Combat Patrol, you can, every time, basically like number of issues, if you're subscribed, you get another one of these. I think it's like every 2 army or 3 armies worth of issues, because I've got like 4 of these files now. I don't have all of these things, you know, for file inserts, unfortunately. But yeah, it seems pretty good. It seems pretty good if you're interested in that kind of stuff. I mean, if you play 40k or fantasy, then some of the models would be good for you anyway. For conversion, like these guys can be used in 40k for Maggotkin. These guys are very good for conversions, and so are these guys. They're the only real ones here. These can be used in fantasy, these can be used in fantasy, these guys can be used in fantasy. These guys can be used in fantasy. These guys can be used in 40k and fantasy. These guys can be used in fantasy. These guys can be used in fantasy. The rest, they can kind of, and they kinda can, but they don't translate as easily over. Actually, these guys are similar if they don't translate easily over. These guys don't have any translation into fantasy for Deepkin. And neither do these guys. Oh wait, where did my mouse go? Yeah, these guys don't have any translation to fantasy, neither do these. These guys don't translate very well into fantasy. But yeah. In fact, a bunch of these guys used to be fantasy models. These used to be fantasy models. I think these may have originally been designed for fantasy, and these are based on fantasy models. And the same goes of these based on fantasy models. These were fantasy models. These were fantasy models. These are based on fantasy models. So yeah. Oh yeah, so the spearhead. The spearhead's pretty cool. Oh gosh, I gotta once again configure this. There we go. How to build. Okay, that's still a bit bright. No. Ooh. Ooh, Knights of Ruination. Chaos Knights Law. I never expected Chaos Knights. Look at this Chaos Knight principle. The pilot of a Chaos Knight is to fuse one's body. Oh, to pilot a Chaos Knight is to fuse one's body with machines of eternity. Ooh. With twisted oaths of honor upon their lips, the fallen nobles and wretched scions ride into battle from within cursed, warped, racked steeds known as Chaos Knights. I really like the descriptive adjectives. These fell machines are haunted by spirits of their former scions, and to pilot one is to accept an agonizing, lifelong fusion with the very machine itself. That's a difference between Chaos and Imperial ones. Imperial ones, you will be haunted by the spirits. It will be agonizing, but at least you're not fused to it for life. You can leave it and enter it again. Rip, crush, and tear the unworthy. The disbodied snarls of ancient heretic nobles resonated deep within the synapses of Lady Marin Keith's mind as the neural jacks upon her skull interfaced with the infernal workings of her Chaos Knight. Rend mortal flesh and sunder their armour, lest you drink deep of consequence. Warpack, prepare for hidden drop. Kethis Fox hailed to her fellow scions. We leave none alive. Besides her were 4 vicious war dog walkers, stamping and growling in their eagerness of battle. At her words, each one unleashed a voracious howl that filled the holds of a World Eater's vessel that had transported them in here. The warlords Abominatus had embarked upon a bloody assault on the industrial world beneath them, and the warband had entreated Kefes to join them in the slaughter. The tension prior to the hunt always filled her with an unspeakable bloodlust, and the night rampage she piloted stirred restlessly in the confines of a drop casket that would soon speed them into battle. Oh my gosh, they're drop-podding knights into battle. Hi, Lord Grandmaster. We're reading about Chaos Knights. We were expecting Imperial God Law, got Knight Law. Oh yeah, for random rats in issue 2. Yeah, that's exactly how these work. We're actually going to get some more. I think it's Gene Stealer coats actually soon enough. I'm not sure. Soon.
Stand by for Titanfall. No, wait, Nightfall. That sounds way cooler and is more correct.
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, because that's what's going to happen. Do you know, last time when we were getting the Gene Stealer coats, we hadn't finished getting all of the Arc stuff, and eventually we got an Arc buggy in the middle of the Gene Stealer coat stuff. We've not finished getting the Gene Stealer coat stuff. We need the Attilan Rough Rider, not Attilan Rough Riders. The bikes, the jackals. So yeah, that's the last thing that we need before. And we're getting a bunch of guardsmen before it. Stand by for Titanfall. Wait, no, Nightfall. That sounds way cooler and it's more correct. Yeah, Nightfall! Oh my goodness. Also, hot dropping a Night Rampage is very mean and I'm all for it. Oh my gosh, is this her in the middle of it? That's cool. She looks like a vampire. But what would that be? With the way a night drops in, you could have like a bunch of people fighting down here. Like, aha, Toe, I've cut off your arms. Oh no! Have a drop pod. Splats right on top of them, just demolishes an entire army. Actually, I did have arms glued to this guy, but I've been doing some stuff on New Recruit to try and turn him into, do you know? Oh, that's it. What I remember. I need to show you something cool. I can confirm, if I just click here, please do not report any issues. The data of the team are working to get the Maelstrom content on New Recruit. Maelstrom content's coming to New Recruit.
Distraction.
Yes, I just remembered. I meant to say this earlier, but yeah, Maelstrom content is coming to New Recruit. I was wondering if they were going to put it on here or not for custom characters. And I thought maybe they weren't going to, but then they were taking for effort to add the new data slates into here. So they've been like, no, we just got our work cut out for us. Because look, I got the Shashil. What I've done is, oh no, you can't see here. If I click here, you can see here, I just typed it in by hand. This Shashil I've got. Because it's the same amount of points as a Fireblade, but it's basically just a Fireblade that can join Pathfinders and give them +1 shot. The tower's so broken with the Maelstrom update. Because this guy can have a Tau rail rifle, right? And it gets another shot from the railgun. Because, you know, he's got the ability to give +1 shots to all weapons in the squad. And the Pathfinders can have up to 3 railguns. So that goes from just 3 shots in your Pathfinders of railguns at strength 10, AP -3, damage 3, to 8. Oh, do you know, you can give them, do you know, the iron rifle, which gets 3 shots? Yeah, just up that to 4 shots each, and you can have 3 of them. That becomes 12. You can give him one, that's 16. Damage 2 plasma. Yeah, they're going to have to build that entire data sheet from the ground up before the customization. I kind of envy them slightly because I do enjoy doing that sort of, you know, monotonous work. The only other one I've done so far, because I have to pick up the book. I don't like picking up books. Reading it is, I want to make myself, you know, a character version of a cultist. So I've got him over here because he's 60 points as a cultist, same as a Master of Executions. And I've set it up here. He can join my Goremongers. Yeah. But yeah, that's the other distraction. Anyway, soon Slaughter Bishi spoke into the machine as if to placate its violent impulses. We will reap a fine tally this day. Pistons hissed and gargantuan bulkheads opened, and the drop casket thundered towards the planet's surface, tearing through a blanket of smog and smoke that concealed their arrival. She and her hounds would soon join in battle. Oh my gosh, this is quite a story. It's not just a short story. Oh my gosh, Brutal is being cut up. No, but no, Redemptor, sorry. No, Redemptor, you just got +10 points to you. You can't afford to be cut up. Oh, the Redemptor was already the one that was getting taken for least. I think it's because it's too powerful in small battles. In large battles, there's no point taking a Redemptor. In small battles, there's no point not taking a Redemptor. Redemptor gets rampaged. Yeah. As a drop casket broke through for firement, the field of battle rushed towards them at a dizzying speed. Below, battle raged like a wildfire. Deafening artillery scarred the earth with heavy shells, and mouths of trenches snaked across the world's surface. The soldiers of the Astra Militarum packed each of the fortifications to the brim, last fire raining down and encroaching heretics, fighting alongside the humans with a inglorious ultramarines who were charging to meet the world eaters in vicious melee. That does not sound like a good idea. That being said, have you seen the stats of a Victrix Honor Guard? The field is rich, Keithis hissed to her. Ooh! I just realised these guys have the same colour scheme as the World Eaters, original World Eaters, who were white with sometimes red, blue, or gold on them. So it's, I just find it an interesting thing. Like, it's white stained red is the appearance that this gives. The field is rich. Kethis hissed to her retinue over the fox link. Let us hunt. Let us hunt. The very ground itself trembled as the diabolical war machines made impact with the scar-wrecked battlefield. The Imperial forces, not immediately turned into red mist in the wake of a landing, were thrown violently into the dirt and buried beneath it. To Kethis, left stood Agrave and Helith, piloting Malignance and Clawbite. To her right were Gaianis and Felon, piloting Profanis and Maleficence. Around them, Carnate warriors surged forward into the Imperium's defensive formations, chain blades locked in bitter combat. A stormbolt and less fire converged on the newly arrived knights. That's useless. And they roared in defiance as they charged into the fray. Before Kethis cowered Cadian's soldiers, terror filling their eyes as they attempted to scramble back to their trench. With a swipe of a warp strike claw, they were quickly erased in a red smear. Their screams snuffled in an instant. Knights! Forward! World Eaters were right. Yeah, blue trim. Right with a blue trim. And it said they became stained with the red. They became red because they got stained with blood. These guys don't have the blue trim, but they do. I do kind of like the look of where it almost looks like they're stained with red. Especially like on the head here. Yeah. She was soon answered by the sound of heavy treads and the whine of chain cannons spinning up. Malignance and Maleficence relished the order, the heavy chain cannons filling the air with a punishing hail of heavy munitions. Before them, scores of Cadians were shredded, whole platoons falling like wheat before the scythe. Gurgling, distorted laughter choked across the local Fox network as the spirits within their machines howled with
The claws
sick
need
delight.
a good clean, they are looking very drippy.
They are looking very drippy. Have a bath. You're not you when you've dirty. Clawbite and Profanis had broke ranks upon their order, charging forward to the first of many trenches that lay before them. Their talon-like feet crushed the trench walls with ease. Profanis swung a slaughter claw into the trench wall, impaling two humans upon razor-sharp talons. Ultrafire thudded off the armoured shell of Clawbite, and the beast turned with unnerving speed to meet it. Ahead, 5 Ultramarines charged towards the trench. Their chain blades were whining as they fired upon the knights with heavy bolt pistols. Why? Silly Marines! Oh. Where was it? The Reaper chain talon mounted upon the Clawbite's arm spun with bestial growl as its own, and Clawbite swung. Wait, what was this? What's this? Off its own, sorry. And Clawbite swung it to meet the oncoming Space Marines. Its blood-stained teeth bit deep into ceramite, and sparks flew before giving way to arcs of crimson blood. Ooh, riveting law. Riveting law! But I keep getting distracted from. Ahead of a pack, Imperial armour approached. Slaughterbeast strode forward to meet them, crushing several warriors locked in bloody melee before them. Heavy plasma fire from an armoured sentinel sent shudders through the night, scarring its armour. The damage was superficial, but she would avenge the insult nonetheless. Slaughterbeast reached out with a claw and grasped the sentinel's frame. Why were they firing at it from so close? The immense force buckling the machine's armour easily. The knight swung its Reaper chainsword around in a huge arc and into the armour of the sentinel's cockpit. The blade teeth and The Imperial armor burned right hot for a moment before the blade sliced through completely. Kefis had only an instant to savor the screams of a pilot before another sound cut across them. A deep mechanical voice bellowing across the field. "Face me, heretic! This world be your tomb." Slaughterbeast turned its gaze to meet the challenger, adorned the blue of the hateful Ultramarines. A Redemptor dreadnought stood before her, its weapons poised in readiness. In board game, a Redemptor dreadnought would not stand much chance against one of these. Mostly just because dreadnought weapons are limited to only 3 damage for Primaris for some reason. They don't get the d6 plus 1 damage or d6 plus 2 that other walkers can get.
You have a great voice for narration.
Thank you. A challenge must be met. Except, Kefir's mind jolted in agony as the voices spoke. Uphold our honor, lest you drink deep of consequence. Kefir spurred her knight forward in response, swinging Slaughterbeast's chain weapon around to strike. The loyalist war machine dodged her attack with surprising agility, and her weapon buried itself in the earth where it had been standing. Cursing, she fought to free the chain blade as its spinning teeth churned the ground below. The dreadnought unleashed a gout of fire from its heavy flame, engulfing Slaughterbeast in flame. That's pointless. The ancient ghost shrieked in outrage, and Kefis finally wrenched the chain weapon free. The momentum of the action carried the blade in a wild, swinging arc. It struck a blow against the dreadnought's armor plating, sending the machine reeling backwards. Even as it fought to regain its footing, the Astartes war machine unleashed a hissing salvo of Icarus rockets, each connecting with Slaughterbeast's armored chest plate in a fiery conflagration. Oh my gosh, this is a longer story than I expected. Might be one of the longest we've read. Buffeted by each blow, the knight staggered back across the battlefield, and Kefis snarled. A heavy stubborn upon Slaughterbeast's shoulders opened fire in retaliation, punching a hole in thick plumes of smoke enveloping the knight. "Put the Astartes down, scion! You will honor your oath!" The chorus grew restless, and Kefis' afflicted mind burned. Slaughterbeast charged through the gloom, claws outstretched and grasping for the enemy. Its talons met the armored plate of the dreadnought, biting deep, and the knight howled with relish. Kefis lifted the machine from the earth, screaming with effort, and slammed it back down in a crash of bulking metal. Yes! Yes! Crush the unworthy! The frenzied voices trapped within Slaughterbeast rose to a crescendo, and Kefir's mind pulsed with a thrill of the slaughter. Even as cables snapped and sparks flew from its crumpling form, the dreadnought struck out with its power fist and fired wildly with its flamer. Kefir's cracked lips peeled back in a cruel smile. She could taste victory. Just as Slaughterbeast's warp's strike claw breached the dreadnought's sarcophagus, the voice of the Astartes within spoke out defiantly once more. "This world will be your tomb." With its final ounce of strength, it raised its arm to bury the barrel of a macroplasma incinerator below the cockpit of Kefis' machine and fired. The superheated plasma punched a hole straight through Slaughterbeast's chest. The machine beast shrieked, reeling backwards from the fallen dreadnought. Kefis howled as the feedback from the blood flooded her mind. Her steed collapsed to one knee, and her screams were joined by the chorus of ancient geists. Some wailed in grief and others in pain, but all in fury. "You have failed, scion. You dishonor your noble house. You have failed your ancient line. Jolts of pain shot through Kephis's body as the neural jacks in her skull and spine violently disconnected. The foam mechanicum was failing. No, it was rejecting her. Her body contorted and twisted, bones snapping and flesh tearing. The screams. She screamed until the last of her breath left her in a rattling wheeze. The last thing she heard, her synapse racked with torment, was a judgment of slaughter beast farmers' masters. Drink deep of consequence, scion. You are unworthy of your steed. Oh, that's cool. That was a cool story. I was kind of expecting, do you know, when it was talking about, you know, for other fake beasts that dropped down, I was expecting like one of them to get blown up or something by, you know, incoming armored support or artillery. Because usually that's what happens in these stories. You have multiple knights or multiple big things. And it always ends with like one of them getting blown up, one of them's damaged, another one flees, potentially with a damaged one, or stays to protect the damaged one, and then the like your final one, your main character one, it ends up having to go alone against like some threat it has to duel. And sometimes it's like if there's 5 of them, you'll have one falls, one gets injured, one stays behind to protect the injured, then the 2 more go forward, and those 2 are like best friends, and then the best friend dies, and then your main character's fighting alone to avenge the best friend, or, you know, for the good ally, the one that you liked, and the built a repertoire with. Kevis forgot she had a chainsaw, would have just slashed a box in twain. Honestly, yeah, a Redemptor versus a knight in... A Redemptor versus a knight on tabletop. The knight doesn't stand a chance. I mean, it actually did use a chainsaw. The chainsaw was just having a hard time breaking through. It was the claw that had the best chance against it, it seemed. I mean, which actually doesn't that go well with the rules for them? The chainsaw is basically a catch-all weapon. It can be used in sweeping or strike. The claw is an anti-vehicle weapon. In lore, the Redemptor is a lot more dangerous, both its plasma cannon and its melee strikes. On tabletop, the best chance it would have is probably overcharging its plasma at long range into the knight. And then once it's in melee, hopefully having done enough damage that it can then finally defeat it in melee. Also, this story, your concocting is definitely too honourable for a Chaos Knight, much more than Imperial. Yeah! I was expecting it with a Chaos Knight for them to fall, but then from just call them weak and stuff, rather than anything else. Because we had another story earlier on, which was really, really good until the end of the story. And that was Chaos Space Marines versus Eldar. And that went very similar to what I described, except instead of, you know, friends, the main character was basically calling those who were dying stupid, foolish, and weak. They were calling them weak or stupid, or being like, aha, your sacrifice has given me the chance to win. I shall be the one to earn the favour of the Chaos Gods after you sacrificed yourself for this victory. That's the closest to honour that they gave to them. So that's what I was kind of expecting from this. I mean, it's nice. You definitely didn't need that for this story. I felt like the ending was very fitting for, you know, Chaosy Knight sort of ending. And it actually gives you like a very good insight of, you know, their thinking and how a Chaos Knight works. And how a Chaos Knight might reject its host. Because otherwise the host may never die. Like, if a host just keeps fighting and doing well and being worthy of its steed and never losing a single battle, and always doing as it's wanted, then they can pretty much live forever, can't they? Because it'll be like, what's the name in, like, the pilots of Chaos ships? Where they just, like, are permanently fused there. Not just for life, but, like, for basically until it rejects them. or until the ship gets destroyed, either whatever comes first. I've heard that's how some of the Chaos Knights work. Not Chaos Knights, Chaos Titans, with some exceptions being that some of the Titans don't have a pilot anymore. Instead, they just kind of do what they do. But those ones, except one of them, which was an AI to begin with, I think the ones where they don't have a pilot anymore, they kind of just appear from nowhere, fight and go on a rampage. On tabletop, they'll just act normal, but in lore, they basically are just as likely to attack the chaos.
Also, when the knight's pilot isn't fused into the throne, you often find they fuse demons into them. Where's Smilex when you need them?
Yeah! I've heard the ones where they don't have pilots anymore, they are kind of, yeah, you can't really trust them not to kill your allies. So for that being said, it did, from what it was reading, like when it said it was crushing warriors underfoot, I kind of got the idea that it was killing world eaters alongside its, its enemies. Because the world eaters were just in the way. So I was pouring myself a drink of cola. Krieg orders a last stand against Abaddon's forces during the fall of Cadia. Apparently he's still alive. The Father's World Arcadia stood strong for thousands of years, a formidable imperial bastion against the teeming horrors that emerged from the Eye of Terror. Even after its destruction, the name of Cadia endures across the Imperium as a byword for defiance, and its legacy still lifts on in the brave Cadian shock troops. Oh, is this telling us about how they work now? Oh no, it's just telling us a story of how it fell. It was at the apex of Abaddon Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade that Cadia fell. For millennia, the legendary fortress world had defended the Imperium from the incursion of the forces of chaos. Time and again, the people of Cadia fought defiantly against its would-be conqueror. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of reflection. But the final Black Crusade of Abaddon, the Despoilers saw it beset by a truly apocalyptic assault. Hordes of the lost and damned. Entire regiments of traitor guardsmen, legions of heretic Astartes, and ancient engineers of world-ending power. Despite the odds, the Cadians would not relinquish control of the world easily. The Cadian shock troops stoically held the line against the heretical warriors, while the tank divisions hammered the invaders with thunderous gunfire. The forces of chaos were unleashed in numbers not seen since the Horus Heresy, with the Imperial line held to the last. It was for this reason, and the indomitable spirit of its defenders, that the mantra of Cadia's stance became a rallying cry of defiance in the face of Abaddon's brutal, crushing assault. Old Sentinels. Yeah. Oh, the old style of helmet. Oh, there's the cherubs again. Oh, and this is everything that we get in, minus the Rogel Dawn that we should get in the premium kit. So 2 squads of 10 guardsmen. Some of these things. I love these things. And Sentinel that can be built as armoured or light. What was it I was thinking about? I wanted to say something. The Black Crusade. Cadians. Oh yeah, in the original campaign, they did a massive campaign where, do you know where they sometimes do it now, where you play games are recorded like all across the world.
I was really hoping the next piece of that was the Blackstone Fortress being yeeted into the surface.
Never, never. It's guardsmen being strong and good. But yeah, they did this massive campaign where like various players and stuff would record the results of like battles in this massive campaign globally. And in the end of the campaign, this was years ago, before I ever got into the hobby, And at the end of the campaign, it was found that Chaos won the fight, but not by much. Instead, it's, do we talk about the Warlord Titan under your hand? Or this one? Or that one? I think that one's been blown up at the back there. It's not that... I don't think that's a Warlord Titan. It's smaller than a Sentinel. Barely bigger than a person. The perspective does make it look very tiny. But yeah, while the Chaos won, it wasn't by much. Instead, it was more of a stalemate, where Chaos had managed to gain land and territory, but not enough to actually take Cadia and to push the Cadians off. Which was hilarious because, like, Chaos had been given so many advantages to try and make sure they'd win. That's one of those Star Wars dudes. They use them in the snow area with the Yetis. The AT-80s, they use them on Endor and they get squashed. No. For AT-80, is it? No, for AT-ATs were the big giant dog walkers, weren't they? What were these ones called? For our terrain... I forget. ATST, yeah, ATST. Once a colonel of the Cadian 8th Ussachar Creed rose to rank of Lord Castellan, following a series of assassinations of Cadian High Command at the onset of the 13th Black Crusade. Despite shoring up the planet's defences and calling upon reinforcements from the Sisters of Battle and the Space Marines, the planet would ultimately fall. It was when conflict on the world was at its bloodiest that Abaddon the Despoiler sent a colossal blackstone fortress crashing into a planet. As the vessel struck with all its impact of a meteor, its continents would shift, racking the surface with firestorms, tsunamis and hurricanes. In act of selfless bravery, Creed vowed to remain to evacuate as many souls as possible. Of the billions deployed to the defence of doomed Cadia, only 3 million escaped. And the Lord Castellan was not amongst those evacuated. Chicken walkers, chicken walkers. Yeah. Yeah, I do like the idea though that they did go with, where he had to sacrifice a Blackstone Fortress, and it wasn't just sacrifice a Blackstone Fortress. Much of his legion was already on the planet's surface when they did the attack, when he lobbed the Blackstone Fortress at the planet. There were AT-STs on Hoth as well. You see them briefly in the film. Also, AT-80 is seen on Endor as well. I don't remember one on Endor. I do kind of remember from the AT-STs briefly being seen on Hoth. But yeah. Yeah, he lost like a lot of Space Marines in that attack, and like demons banished back into the warp for, you know, thousands of years. So much so that he couldn't really consolidate his victory very well, and hence why, you know, they've split the galaxy in half, but the Imperium is still kind of just running along, taking over us kind of on both sides. Because he sacrificed so much to try and get that victory that in the end it was kind of Pyrrhic. In fact, it was such a bad victory that he can't even take another planet afterwards. Abaddon sucks. Though their homeworld has been utterly sundered, the will and resolve of the Cadians remain yet unbroken. Indeed, the loss of their homeworld has spurned many to fight for enemies of the Imperium with renewed fervour, whether in full-strength forces of their own, or inducted into the ranks of other Astra Militarum regiments. The survivors of Cadia continue their fight on countless fronts across the galaxy. It appears when Luke allows himself to be captured on Endor and meets Vader. Oh! I don't remember that at all. And so the legacy of Cadia lives on, a true living legend amongst humanity's armies. Stories of Lord Castellan Creed's heroic last stand are told in trenches, barracks and officers' quarters across the Imperium, and it's often said that the planet broke before the god did. This mantra inspires resolve in the face of horrifying odds and serves as a reminder that while a single Cadian soldier continues to fight, Cadia still stands. Naming your models. Yeah, I'm not using these tables to name our models. You guys can name them. Cadian shock troopers form the backbone of the front lines of the Estes Militarum. They are men and women who face unspeakable horrors of the 41st millennium, with little more than a lasgun in their hands and grim resolve. Numbered in the millions, to face them is to face a relentless grinding assault. But numbered in the billions. Ooh, combat patrol. Born soldiers, the shock troopers of Acadia have trained their entire lives in military service of the Estes Militarum. Decades of rigorous firing drills have forged them into expert shock troopers, skilled in both dogged defense and storming assaults. Cadian shock troops are held by many as being the ideal soldiers. This doesn't actually teach you how to build your army. I want you to use a drum-fed auto gun. Does it come with a drum-fed auto gun? I don't remember seeing that on the sprue. Oh yeah, it does. It's right there. You got a Thompson submachine gun of the 41st millennium. And there we go. One more magazine. Sorry, I got distracted way too much today. Oh, do you know that thing where we've got a new Blood Axis story? It's the exact same as before. Oh, wait. It's this. I think I've just realised something. I thought this was like 4 sprues to make a single squad. No, this makes 2 squads of... Oh gosh, it's too dark. I need to readjust. Oh, Dreamer Raid. Hi, Briar and Dreamers. Hi, Paladin Stem. Hi, Asixart. How you doing? There you go. Sorry, just get to the camera to readjust itself. There you go. Big love hearts to you all. We've been reading magazines. You raid, you raid! Bombardment, no, don't bombard. How was your stream? I hope it was well. For those who don't know me, I'm Cupcake Conjurer in both name and profession. First name Cupcake, second name Conjurer. I don't know why Bombardment's not worked yet. Has any other Yeet commands actually worked today? You know. TITS, Twitch Integrated Throwing System. No, it should be enabled. Commands. Throwing. Nope, it's not working. Okay, let me do services. Twitch Integrated Throwing System. There we go. There you go. Ow. Why'd I do that to myself? I'm too kind to you all. Yeah, I thought when it said part 1 of 2 and part 2 of 2, I thought it was going to be like... No, this build's 10 dudes. This build's 10 dudes. So it actually gave us 20 dudes today. I thought it... Because other times it's like, gives us 2 parts and it's like 2 squads. It's one squad, sorry, split it across 2 magazines. But no, this is 2 squads of 10 split across 2 magazines. Interesting. Dokily dokily then. Or 1 squad of 20, I guess. But here we go. Oh, look at them. Okay, this is too bright again. See, this is why I have to adjust it. Ah, why? So mean. Now I have to adjust it again for the new light. Actually, let's turn off a little light there. And go. There we go. Oh, yeah, look at that machine gun. That's a weird looking last gun. That a hotshot last gun. Like, it leads into his back and everything. Well, that's a normal last gun. Weird. That's a Bane Blade. Oh, look at that super heavy tank there. Sentinel. Is that a Vogel Dawn there? Looks like it could be. No, that's another super heavy. Okay, interesting. Commissars. But I hope your stream was good, bye. I hope you get some good rest because it's late for you. I hope you all get some good rest. So if this is teaching you how to paint your soldiers. Or Knights Questoris. Mechanica Standard Grey. I will lurk. Enjoy a lurking. Ooh, Throne of Ashes. House Cutler. Baron Cutler is a hereditary ruler of Nova Asteroid 7. Although it is nominally an imperial planet, it is in fact... Although it is nominally an imperial planet, in fact, its only role in humanity's great empire is to supply a tithe of soldiers to the ranks of the Astra Militarum. In return, its ancient rulers are left to act as they wish. But once they lapsed in their duty, it was only a matter of time before an agent of the Imperium would arrive to investigate the deficiency and restore the tithe. Oh! Wait, is this a story of... I think I might have heard this story. And people are questioning its... I think we're going to have to just get this once again, configure this again a bit. There we go. Just darken it up a little bit. There we go. On Nova Asteroid 7, Baron Cutler has spent many years hiding from the plague in his decaying palace. His brother has usurped his position, and the planet has fallen behind in its tithe. But at last it seems salvation has arrived in the form of the Inquisition. That is never salvation. No one expects the Imperial Inquisition. A cold light penetrated the corridor, illuminating the crumbling plasterwork. The gilding had peeled off long ago, and the remaining paint had faded into blocky colours, looking not so much like the fine art of a palace as a mural painted by a child on their playroom wall. Amid a faint swirl of dust, Baron Cutler strode down the corridor.
Salvation, at the hands of the Inquisition. This guy must be new here.
Yep. Amid the faint swirl of dust, Baron Cutler strode down the corridor, his eldest son, a slim boy of 18, in his wake. "You will not speak to him," Cutler barked. "I will instruct him of our peril, and he will have the strength to venture outside amid the plague to bring down the wrath of those who challenge us. Soon my brother will kneel before me and accept his rightful place." Jace trotted to keep up with his father. "Will Uncle Jax come back here?" he asked. "He'll be brought here," corrected his father. "Our desperate tales have been answered, and by his grace the God Emperor has sent me a champion. My name shall live on, and when you have a son, you too will see that your reign only holds its meaning when you can pass it on to your line. That is why we rule." "But what about the people?" asked Jason, surprised. "Do we not rule for them?" Baron Cutler stopped abruptly. "The people?" he asked, with a mocking tone, and a mocking tone entered his words. Too long have I entrusted your education to others. When did we last speak? The decaying city of Nova Astrid 7 stands a testament to the glory days of long past. Oh, it's just using the old Imperial ruins. Oh my gosh, longer story than expected. They're liking, you know, they've listened to all the times I've complained about not having enough lore in these books. They've decided to give us a bunch. Oh, there's Inquisitor. Lex Acosta. Acosta coffee! Do you think his family comes on Costa coffee? The operatives of the Inquisition answer to only the Emperor himself. They are free to follow their instinct and intuition to discover and prosecute heresy and treachery wherever they may find it. Inquisitors are aided by a retinue of loyal servants who are committed to their holy cause. Fearing that Nova Astrid 7 had turned away from the holy tithe of the imperial cult, or even fall into the grip of chaos, Inquisitor Ascotta decided to investigate. His wrath increased when he discovered that there was no evident reason why the planet had failed to meet. No evident reason, why the planet had failed to meet its obligations. Almost 4 months back, father, said Jace, when you appointed Master Raynax. And what foolish ideas your tutor has been filling your head with, Cutler said in annoyance, as he began striding forward again. The people serve us. Cutler rounded a final bend and made for his study, Jay still trotting on behind him. Thoughts of his books flitted through his mind. He was wondering which one he should allow himself to be discovered casually perusing when their guest arrived. A challenging question, since he had never read any of them. Perhaps he should be found poring over some intricate map. Something that would indicate his sophistication and elevated intellect. Oh my gosh. He's got all the books, but he never reads. I was born to lead, not to... Oh, he was born to lead, not to read. I love it. He was therefore extremely put out to find that his guest had already arrived. He installed himself in Baron Cutler's chair behind his desk and was flicking through a book at high speed, clearly not reading it, just bending the pages and letting them flick one by the other in front of him. With a great flourish, he held the book out at arm's length, dropped it onto a pile of already discarded books, and picked up the next one. I see you found your way in, stuttered Cutler, surprised at how cowed he felt in his own office. The man behind the desk gave no signs of having heard him, but stirring in the corners of the room alerted Cutler to the presence of others. They were dressed like the man in the chair, but somehow less impressive. Where he wore plate armor and a delicate cloak over rich clothes adorned with seals and talisman, they wore simpler armor over plain black leather. Won't you all? Cutler's voice trailed off. Where were the palace guards? Who is that with you? Asked the man in the chair, still not looking directly at Cutler. My son, said Cutler after a pause. Then let me instruct your son in the duties of an imperial world. To Cutler's horror, Jace tried to rise to the occasion. We were just discussing that the people must be made to. Cutler turned furious eyes to his son, but a man in the chair cut him off.
I thought you were here to save me, said the Baron. No, the Inquisitor said with a sneer, I'm here to bring competency to this backwater.
Yay! I mean, the Inquisition doesn't always do that. Like, that's like, isn't that kind of how the Red Corsairs came up? They needed help. They already had competent people in charge. They just needed more resources. It depends if you got a competent Inquisitor or not. What happens? Often the result is the same. Your duty is to the Emperor alone, and all that is required of you is to submit the tithe that is due. I, Inquisitor Acosta, will make sure that you do. The people betray us, spat Cutler. It was a rebellion that was plagued for his death. We've cut ourselves off here, but we might return the planet to the surface of the Imperium. You admit to presiding over a rebellion? Asked Acosta, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. No, I. But perhaps the truth is that you preside over nothing. At this, Cutler drew himself up, red-faced and sweating. I am the head of my house, a house that has stood for generations at the surface of the Imperium. You will aid me and restore the dignity of this planet. I shall certainly restore the dignity of this planet, replied Acosta. But that has little to do with anything happening outside these walls. When did you last venture beyond the confines of your palace? The word hung nastily in the air, and Cutler flipped his mouth up and down ineffectively. Because, continued Acosta, they seem to be doing just fine without you. Thriving, in fact, under the stewardship of your brother, who has taken over in your absence. It's a lie, snapped Cutler, as the words stung him. Acosta rose from behind the desk and Cutler cowered. Go see for yourself, Acosta commanded. Be gone. And Cutler I should have changed the voices around. If anything, the competency of the Badab sector was for High Lords. Most original wardens were drawn off to other pressing matters. There was even a Black Templar crusade in there once. Yeah. There was a bunch of different things. Like, you've also had what happened to... Oh, what is that one faction? There's still a loyalist ones, but they're treated like traitors. And all they needed was help. Is that for laminators? For laminators? For lamenters? And Cutler turned tail and ran, leaving Jace behind him. He had not gone far when a figure loomed through the shadows. For a second, Cutler dared hope it might be one of his guards, but his heart sank as he saw that it was a stranger, one of Acosta's agents. Oh, I like that guy. He looks so cool. Oh, they all look so cool and dark. Very imperial. You know, 40k grim dark art. Laminators, definitely. Your Mantis Warriors and Lamenters. Yay! I think they're considered loyalists again. But they were never not loyal. All they needed was help and they got more war thrown at them. There being no sense in running, he stopped and waited for a man to seize him. Instead, the stranger gestured to for Cutler to pass. Go on, he said. Your people await. What trickery is this? Asked Cutler, trying to hold himself from trembling. Do you wait for me to pass so that you may shoot me in the back like the coward you are? Like the coward I am, said the man in apparent surprise. I am not the one who is fleeing. And I am not the one who is armed, nor aided by so many comrades, retorted Cutler. There's no bravery in such an overwhelming advantage. No, indeed, said the man. But I am granting you your freedom. However, you must remember that my lord holds your son, and one of you must serve your punishment. Go, be free. We have all wagered on choice, of a choice you will make, and it is in my interest to let you leave. Head bowed and tears stinging his cheeks, Cutler turned, and pulling against the lifetime habit of pure self-interest, he returned to the office with the agent. Acosta gave Cutler a curious look as he returned, as though acknowledging a grudging respect, but then his face hardened again. I see, he said. My lord, have mercy, begged Cutler, but Acosta gave no sign of having heard. Your only grace is that your brother may be ruler apparent, but he has not seen fit to pay the tithe either. So because it amuses me, I will leave your son here, in this palace, to contest his new kingdom. But I warn all present here that if the tithe is not paid by one or the other, then I shall return. You will let my son live? Asked Cutler. With doubtful hope. Indeed, said Acosta. But a true man must start from nothing. At his words, his agents swarmed out of the shadows and let loose with bolter and flamer, decimating the palace around them. They fired into walls and the roof, sending splintering rubble and crumbling masonry flying. Soon a fire had kindled in the wreckage. The smell of smoke filled the ruin, mingled with choking dust. As Cutler was grabbed and his arms were bound, he saw Acosta turning to Jace. Behold, my little lord, he said, leaving, your throne of ashes. So yeah, that doesn't seem very good. So what he's effectively done is started Game of Thrones. So basically you've got a thriving planet. All they need is a tax to be paid, and this Inquisitor decided, you know what, let's just make it a Game of Thrones. It'll be fun. It'll be good television. I wonder if that's actually like what these people do, like, you know, for High Lords and the Inquisition, if they actually do record these events just for their own entertainment. Be a very Slineshy thing to do. Wave upon wave of soldiers charged across the battlefield in desperate fight to save humanity from the hostile forces that surround it. Of the many who fight to the service of Imperium, some of the most respected and reliable units are Arcadian shock troops, who form the core of many Astra Militarum armies. Again, it's got the same data sheet for them. Although this time it wants you arming them differently. Ooh, Scenario 45, Gaining Ground. A patrol of Cadian shock troopers has been dispatched to investigate reports of traitor activity, only to come under attack from Vicino's corrupted zealots of the Gene Stealer cults. The regiment's standard is unfurled and the commander barks the order, open fire. So, fighting Gene Stealer cults would be a relatively even fight. Just hybrids versus guardsmen. And next time, we get the big old guns. And probably other stuff as well. Oh, there we go. Wait, Mantis Warriors and the Mentors are made to do a penance crusade, and the Mantis Warriors lost their homeworld. No! That's so sad for the Mantis Warriors. And for Lamentus. Well, they both still exist. That's something, right? It's not much, but it's something. Yeah, these are the Space Marines I built today. I like this dude. He's got sword weapon arms, which have really thick shoulder pads, so they need Graphis pauldrons on them. Come on, just focus. There we go. Ah, oh, got it. I like his head. Oh, why does it not want to focus? There we go. I like his head. It's got the big old scratches in it. He's got the old lantern. Big old sword. Big old Terminator pauldron there. Hello. Head there. Gene Stealer. Skull. He's a very cool dude. I also got this dude. I like him. He's got the head from the upgrades through. Oh, yeah. I've been trying to save some of the Black Templar bolt guns to like use them on other models. And some of the more chain swords and stuff because I'm starting to run out. I like this guy. He's like, reload! And this guy is a really cool sword. I don't know what that sword's from. Oh, I think it's a captain's sword. I think it might be from one of the jump pack captains. Yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah, I like that dude. That looks so cool. Bolt pistol. And then the last dude that's worth mentioning. This guy has the jump pack captain power fist with a little purity seal on it. Oh, look at him. Fancy fella. Oh, I like this dude as well, actually. Oh, I need to remove that mold line. Yeah. He's got a Horus Heresy Mark 6 unhelmeted sergeant head. He's got his own helmet there, though. Yeah. Let's remove that thing on him, though. That mold line. Oh no. We'll just broke his head right off. But tomorrow I am planning to... Let's just give you a big old love heart. And then tomorrow, what are we planning? We've got... Where's image 6? Here it is. That's the schedule. Look at the schedule. A little synced cupcake there. So tomorrow we're reading the Maelstrom Laws. More reading of law. Then we got 2 long streams of handcams. Because I've got the Eldari Battle Force. And... Well, I want to basically just show as much of that as I can. So we're basically just deciding do a long stream so we can show as much as we can. Similarly, Wednesday, we're not doing any member streams. We're just going to have a long stream with our Tau to try and get as much of a Tau built. So that just saves us having multiple streams on the same topic, effectively. Which is quite important to avoid. And then we get him back into painting. I don't know if we'll go back to Double Dungeon on the channel. But if you've not liked the stream, then please give it a like, because it does help me out. And let's see. How are people doing? What's happening right now? Okay, no, never mind. My YouTube's taking forever to load anything. But so we got a lot of hand cams next week. A lot of hand cams indeed. Unless, although I'm not entirely sure. I do have a very, very ill family, close family relative. And as a result, this is all... Can't really guarantee that anything on these days is going to be guaranteed. But I try to keep it up. I try to keep up the streams and stuff as best I can. Well, thank you for coming to the stream today. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh gosh, my alarm's going off because it's 8. It's 8. That means I need to get my medications and stuff. So goodbye everyone. Thank you for coming to the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder. Eat good food. Sleep well. Dream of cupcakes but don't eat the cupcakes as friends, not food. Take care of yourself. Be kind to others and vice versa. And remember... Sleep well. Eat good food. Dream of cupcakes. Don't eat for good food. Oh no, I did it. That was everything. That was everything. I just did it a bit out of order. Bye bye everyone. I'm going to go here and just wave bye to you. Wave bye. Hi. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Big old love hearts. Bye bye. Wow. Wee. Oh no. Love you all.